We shall now have an opportunity for silent prayers and meditation. Thank you. We may all sit. Honorable members, good morning. I want to take this opportunity to welcome all of us. It's a very beautiful morning. I can see we're all bright and beautiful. Honorable members, today is one of the longest sessions that we're going to have, like we did on Tuesday, because of the number of debates that will be taking place. But I want to take this opportunity to have a request that when you look in the House, I'm the only presiding officer present in the House. I would want to make a request to the House that because on item 7.1.6, the Speaker will be expected to respond when the Oversight Mechanism Committee will be presenting. I will therefore want to request to use the rule 17.3 that says I need a second presiding officer, that at that time I be allowed to respond when the Oversight Mechanism will be presenting. Somebody be presiding at that point. I will therefore request, if the House agrees, that we appoint a second presiding officer now, so that at that moment, that person will just ascend the presiding chair. Honorable member.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I nominate the name of Honorable Rogers Kanyani Munam to be the second presiding officer. Thank you.
The name of Honorable Member Rogers Munama has been nominated. Is it seconded? Honorable Chivas.
I rise to second the nomination.
Thank you so much. I didn't ask Honorable Munama whether he's comfortable. I don't want to assume. Can we request Honorable Munama to really check if he's available to be the second presiding officer for the day?
No, thanks very much, Honorable Madam Speaker. I'm deployed by the party to come and take over from your seat. So.
Thank you so much. You are warmly welcome. I'm so happy to know that sitting next to the Chief Whip, anything is possible, especially next to MEC Dikharekhere. So anything is possible. Without wasting time, we'll proceed on that note. And I'm told that the programming committee has agreed that motions on Rule 1.5, 1.146 has been put in abeyance for this sitting, as well as statements by Rule 200 and executive member statements to Rule 201 as well being put on abeyance for this sitting. We'll now move directly to item 6, where we want to check if there are any tabling or committee reports and other reports. 6.1, leader of government business or any other MEC that has been delegated to lead that item. MEC Mawai.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. 6.1, it is been requested by the leader of government business to do.
I didn't hear properly, Honorable Mawai. I thought we are giving an opportunity to table 6.1, Departmental Institutional Annual Reports. Over to you, Honorable Member.
Madam Speaker, in compliance with the provisions of Section 27, subsection 4 of the Public Finance Management Act, 1999, Act number 1 of 1999 as amended by Act number 29 of 1999, as well as the Chapter 5 of Treasury Regulations, I, Khabu Elias Mawai, on behalf of my colleagues in the Executive Council, as well as the Legislature, do hereby table the departmental institutional annual performance plans for the following departments for consideration by this Honorable House. Office of the Premier, to Limpopo Provincial Legislature. Number 3, Department of Education. 4, Department of Provincial Treasury. 5, Department of Agriculture and Rural Development. 6, Department of Economic Development, Environment and Tourism, as well as its entities, the Limpopo Tourism Agency, Limpopo Gambling Board, Limpopo Economic Agency. Number 7, Department of Health. Vote number 8, Department of Transport and Community Safety and its entity, Gateway Airport Authority Limited. Number 9, Department of Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure and its entity, the Road Agency, Limpopo. Vote 10, Department of Coxta. 11, Department of Social Development. And vote 12, Department of Sports, Arts and Culture. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC. The reports as read by the Honorable MEC are referred to the relevant portfolio committees and SCOPA for consideration and report back to the House. We'll now move to 6.2, tabling of the 2023-2024 annual report of the Limpopo Legislature, which is presented by the presiding officer. Honourable members of the House, MECs here, Chief Whip, Leader of the Opposition, and all members of the Legislature and our guests in the gallery. I, Makoma Makrupeji, rise to table the 2023-2024 annual report of the Limpopo Provincial Legislature for consideration by this August Honorable House. This report is tabled in terms of Section 61 of the Financial Management of Parliament and Provincial Legislature Act 2009, which states that, I quote, the Executive Authority must table the annual report, including the audited financial statements for that financial year, the audit report on those statements, and the annual performance report in Parliament within 1 month after the accounting officer received the audit report. Close quote. I move accordingly. Honourable members, this report, it's now the 2023-2024 annual report of the Limpopo Legislature is referred to the Oversight Mechanism Committee and SCOPA for consideration and report back to the House. We now move to item 6.3, tabling of the ethics report on Committee on Ethics and Member Interest, Committee Chair. Honorable Me Dikeledi Mete Ramotlola.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, Mem Makoma Makurupeji, the members of Executive Council in this House, the Chief Whip of our Legislature, the chairpersons of committees in this House, and all honorable members present, especially from various political organizations. receive my fraternal greetings this morning. Honorable Speaker, I'm going to present the report on non-compliance with conventions and practices by some members of the economic freedom fighters. And my introduction there is that the legislature held its sitting on Thursday, the 8th of August 2024, to afford the Honorable Premier an opportunity to respond to the observations made by members during the interrogation of the Premier's official's opening address. And in terms of the background, Chairperson, the Limpopo Legislature subscribes to established convention and good practices in relation to the smooth running of the House and other related legislature business. And among others, is that when the presiding officer's procession enters the chamber, all members of the House are expected to rise and remain standing until the presiding officer reaches the chair. This has been a practice since the time of immemorial, and it is still being practiced in the modern democracy. During the sitting held on the 8th of August 2024, the Speaker's procession enters the legislative chamber. Members of the EFF remained seated in violation in this established convention and practices as outlined in Rule 7 of the Standing Rules and Orders of the Limpopo Province. And after ascending to the chair, the Speaker requested members of the EFF to follow suit and rise before the House to observe a moment of silence for prayers and meditation before resuming the business of the day. Members of the EFF remained seated in defiance of the Speaker's advice and in violation of Rule 7. Having exhausted all avenues, the Speaker then invoked the provisions of Rule 97, subsection 1 on the Standing Rules and Orders of the House and ordered members of the EFF to withdraw from the House as they did not adhere to Rule 7, which is the conventions and practices. The EFF members continued with their contempt to the Speaker's ruling and refused to leave the House. The Speaker then suspended the proceeding of the House and invoked the provision of Rule 97 subsection 2 and 97 subsection 3 and instructed the Sergeant at Arms with the assistance of the Legislature Protection Services to remove the members of the EFF from the House. Honorable Speaker, the matter of referral to the Ethics and Members' Interest Committee, the House reflected on the conduct of EFF members and invoked that and resolved that the matter should be referred to the Ethics and Members' Interest Committee for consideration and determination. And the Ethics and Members' Interest Committee held a meeting on the 16th of August 2024 to consider the matter. And after deliberation, it was found that the conduct of the EFF members is a contravention of rules. Consequently, it does not fall within the scope and mandate of the Ethics and Members' Interest Committee as outlined in Rule 67 of the Standing Rules and Orders of Limpopo Legislature for 2017. We therefore recommend that, Honorable Speaker, that considering that the matter is a contravention of the rules, and the Ethics and Members' Interest Committee recommend that the matter should be referred to the Rules Committee for consideration and determination. I therefore move for this House that the House adopt this report as a report of the Limpopo Provincial Legislature. I move accordingly, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair of the Ethics Committee. The report of the Ethics and Members' Interest Committee is referred to the Rules Committee for consideration and to report back to the House. We'll now move to orders of the day, item 7, where we will 7.1, it's the second reading, debate, approval of budget votes and schedule of the Limpopo Appropriation Bill 2024, BO2 2024. We'll move to 7.1.1, consideration and adoption of the following report of the Portfolio Committee of the Department of Health. Committee Chairperson.
Honorable Speaker and honorable members of the provincial legislature, in particular acknowledgement of the chief whip of the majority party and the chief whip of the legislature, the leader of the official opposition, members of the executive council, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Honorable Speaker, the Portfolio Committee on Health met with the Department of Health to scrutinize and interrogate the 2024-2025 annual performance plan and budget. And in the light of that, Honorable Speaker, allow me to table the report of the Portfolio Committee on Health for 2024-25 APP and budget of the Department of Health, and accordingly move that the House adopt it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Chair. Is there any seconder? Honorable Mate.
Chair, I, Simon Matsubani Rasmatu Mate, hereby second the move as presented by Honorable Chweni Malevan.
Thank you so much. We shall now refer to the speakers list. Honorable Mdaka Philemon, you are the first.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and good morning. Honorable Speaker, our Premier in absentia, Honorable MECs present, Honorable Chief Whip and Deputy Chief Whip, and honorable members, I greet you all this morning. I stand before you to debate on the APPs of the Department of Health. Honorable Speaker, we have not forgotten that this is still the month to celebrate the achievement of women who paved the way for us to enjoy our freedom today. As you remember what happened in 1956, but we must also remind ourselves that the women to celebrate Women's Month, the theme to celebrate Women's Month was celebrating 30 years of democracy towards women development. Honorable Speaker, you remember very well that we started on the 2nd of, the official opening of this house was on the 2nd of August, which is the Women's Month. We did not only open this 7th legislature during the Women's Month, but we also, for the first time as a province, made history by ensuring that we are led for the first time by a woman. That is indeed a great achievement in terms of the development that we're talking about in this theme. So as Limpopo, we acted accordingly. Honorable Speaker, the committee noted the department reporting was not necessarily showing good achievements on its targets. The APP reported that the target for the ideal clinic for 2024-25 financial year was to achieve 142 clinics of 474, or 30% of the clinics that are at the end of the fourth quarter. We request the department to submit a report on their plans in order to achieve this ideal clinic status and how it is going to be maintained. The committee also noted that contribution to the achievement of some of the targets was poor access to services and staff attitude, was poor access to services by staff attitude. The targets were not met in the maternal mortality and neonatal death. The department reported unreliable data on viral load, suppression, and antiviral suppression. The data was unreliable to clinicians, not adherent to clinical guidelines, and poor capturing of the viral load. This challenge was raised by the Auditor General. The department must institute consequence management on those that are actually involved in misleading the department. Honorable Speaker, the other issue that, before I go to the summary of my input, was on the EMS personnel. We commend the department for having actually made it a point that now we have ambulances all over the province. To some of us that were there before this democracy started, we used to deliver people to hospitals because there were lack of ambulances in our communities. I can actually tell you that in 1990, there were very few cars in our communities, maybe 1 or 2 or 3 cars, and those cars were used to actually deliver, people that were supposed to get children in hospitals and clinics. And at some point, we found out there were not even clinics in those days, and people had to travel to hospitals to make sure that they delivered our women to give birth. But today, as a province, we are proud that we have a lot of ambulances all over. And I'm told that even our ambulances are having drivers. But we're having a challenge, Honorable MEC, on the issue of the paramedics. I think you also need to find a way of telling us as to how we are going to deal with that. Honorable Speaker, we are very much pleased that the department is having a budget of about 24.6 billion, which is the largest in terms of the budget allocation. But the department is still having a shortfall. So some of the programs that they are actually having are actually budgeted on a deficit. And we need to find a way as to how are they going to address that issue. A deficit is not a very easy issue to deal with. You can't budget for deficit because then it means at the end of the day, you're not going to be able to actually achieve those programs. So we would like to call upon the MEC to tell us as to how are we going to be able to deal with those issues that were budgeted for a deficit. 24.6 billion is a lot in terms of what we have. Of course, it is second to the Department of Education in terms of the budget allocation. But then we are very much worried about that issue. And lastly, as I move towards closure, is the issue of making sure that the issues that are raised in the Auditor General are actually dealt with. Particularly the issues around the issues of fruitless and irregular and unauthorized irregular and fruitless expenditure. We are aware that you might be getting a clean audit, not a clean audit, because you've been getting qualified audit reports, but this time around we are aware that you are going to get an unqualified report, which is commendable. But then we're very much worried about the issue of unauthorized, irregular, and fruitless expenditures. We need to be told as to how are you going to deal with those huge amounts that are there in the report in terms of curtailing them. I was calculating, I'm aware that some of the report, the figures are not properly written, and then I think it's an issue that I also want to raise, Honorable Speaker, that we met yesterday and we are here to debate the very same report, and some of us are not very comfortable to debate on issues that some of the figures are not necessarily written properly. So we need also to make sure that those issues are corrected in terms of unauthorized, irregular, and fruitless expenditure. So in few words, we support the department as a committee, and we believe that will go a long way in addressing some of the challenges that our communities are there. And in all your programs, it is reported now that we are still a country that is suffering on issues of HIV and AIDS. We have a very, very big number of people who are still suffering on HIV and AIDS, but we are quite aware that as a province we're doing very well. Hopefully, maybe because we're a province that is actually good in agriculture, and maybe our people are also getting a good diet and they're able to deal with it. Of course, in the past, we used to be very good in making sure that we go to the communities and including working with our municipalities in delivering, the condoms and making sure that people are actually abstaining to make sure that we reduce that area of HIV pandemic. And of course, now the situation is better because our people are taking what they are supposed to take. So we are commending the department in that area, and we believe that the program that are written here in this report will be achieved at the end of the day. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I thank you for giving me this opportunity to talk to you, and I believe that in future, some of the issues that we have raised will be addressed to make sure that we are programmed properly so that we can also at the same time be able to deal with the reports properly. Thank you very much. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mdaka. You have set the precedence that at least you spend your 10 minutes wisely. We are now moving to Honorable Maritz Marcel Frida.
Honourable Speaker, good morning. Honourable Premier in absence, esteemed members of the Executive Council, opposition leaders and members of the House and guests. Honourable Speaker, the Department foresaw a significant shortfall in the financial resources necessary to maintain and operative various essential facilities and equipment. The anticipated deficit extends to crucial areas such as the procurement of medicine, which encompasses not only standard pharmaceuticals but also vital vaccines that are essential for public health initiatives. Some hospitals lack the necessary medication of this deficiencies will significantly affect their operations. Additionally, the shortfall affects the availability of blood and laboratory services, which are critical for diagnostic and treatment purposes. The lack of adherence to clinical guidelines by clinicians, coupled with inadequate monitoring of viral load, has resulted in unreliable data capture, which is unacceptable, and steps must be taken against those clinicians. Honourable Speaker, the Department recognised funding constraints would impact the province's provision of security services, which are necessary to ensure the safety and integrity of healthcare environments. There have been attacks on clinics, hospitals and personnel. The maintenance and upgrading on health technology equipment, which plays a vital role in delivering quality healthcare, are also at risk due to the insufficient financial resources. An immediate turnaround strategy is essential when the department recognizes deficiencies in critical areas where we cannot tolerate any shortcomings. Shortfalls in maintenance of facilities and equipment, medicines, including vaccines, blood and laboratory services, security services and health technology equipment is not acceptable. Honourable Speaker, the acquisition of vehicles designated for transportation of patients between hospitals for planned patient transport services has been significantly delayed. At present, certain ambulances are being utilised for this purpose, which compromise the availability of emergency services and place citizens in dangerous situations during critical times. I thank you.
Thank you so much. With your 3 minutes, you were spot on. We now move to Honorable Evelyn Reine Wilson.
Thank you, Speaker. At the outset of the meeting of the health portfolio yesterday, and before the arrival of the MEC and the department, a long discussion was held with the portfolio members. Many issues were raised, and amongst them, the problems with quorums at the meetings of this portfolio and lack of oversights by the committee. An honourable member of this House and of that portfolio was brutally honest and explained to the new chairperson that it was a problem. And that, in fact, the problem was that the department did not take the portfolio committee seriously. There has been a constant disregard by the ex-MEC, now the Premier, and the department on issues constantly raised by the portfolio, including issues like the Veritas Digital earning 1 million rand per day with no reporting, medico-legal claims of 7 billion rand, and a 2 billion rand irregular expenditure, amongst others. Year on year, the recommendations of the committee were ignored, and when questions were raised in this regard, serious issues were whitewashed with the odd bit of good news thrown in. But real issues and responses to this committee were not forthcoming. Those members who have served on this portfolio before were all in agreement that this was an issue. And because the portfolio was not taken seriously, oversights and meetings were not taken seriously because they were merely a tick box exercise. The meeting with the CEO of the Polokwane Hospital with regards to the unfortunate explosion followed thereafter, and then we had an opportunity to interrogate the report and the APPs of the department with the MEC. It was a lengthy meeting. As the afternoon reached later hours, members of the portfolio meeting were suddenly disappearing. Again, serious issues with regards to the performance of the Department of Health were raised, and I mentioned these earlier. Some answers to major issues were dealt with, but again, the serious questions got no answers. As the meeting was closing just before 6 p.m. last evening, the Portfolio Committee was no longer quorate. The DA advised that this matter would have to be taken off the agenda for today, as it could not be voted on due to a lack of quorum in the committee. We were then told not to worry. I queried the issue with the legal advisor, who advised that in fact we were not quorate, but they were contacting people to come back to the meeting to vote. A couple had been gone for several hours at that point, and were not even there when answers to their questions were given by the department. Having started the meeting earlier in the day and with the committee agreeing that tick box exercises had to come to an end, this committee promptly reverted to old habits and, for the sake of ticking the box, called members back to a meeting after they had been gone for some time. The DA will not participate in tick box exercises. We left the meeting. 2 members were called back to tick the box and clearly supported the report and APPs, despite big queries and concerns about the department's performance. On principle, the DA rejects the budget and the APP report. I thank you.
We now move to the EFF. I'm told that the EFF might not use the list as we have. Can we have a member who will be debating on the Department of Health? Honorable member.
Thanks, Honorable Speaker. Greetings to the MEC for Health and the colleagues and her colleagues. Further greetings to the leader of the of the opposition, Commissar Mapoulo, and further greetings to all honorable members in the House. Honorable Speaker, the EFF was taken aback by the explosion that left 3 people injured in Polokwane Hospital. This explosion that occurred in the MRI unit at Polokwane Hospital created pandemonium at the hospital, further traumatizing and scaring patients. Did the victims and their families get support in this regard? If yes, we would like to find out from the MEC outlining as to what type of support was given to these people. The fundamental questions are, when was the decommissioning of MRI scan machines purchased and installed? The department, number 2, the department did check the chemical exposure and suffocation levels which occur when room oxygen is displaced by the chemicals emanating from the explosion in the surrounding wards. What are the decommissioning procedures and how many personnel must be part of the team to accomplish such a task? We call upon the Radiology Society of South Africa to check if all procedures required for decommissioning the MRI machine were followed and further establish what led to the explosion. The EFF Limpopo will make necessary follow-up on the matter to ensure that province avert similar disasters in future in any health institution in the province. Honorable Speaker, we have been told that the number of clinics that were activated to render 24-hour service has increased from 50 to 217, though a combination of the straight shift and on call. Furthermore, Honorable Speaker, we have been calling the department to ensure that all the more than 470 clinics operate 24 hours around the clock. Our people do not only get sick during the day. The failure to open all clinics 24 hours is testimony and characteristic of the heartless and less caring government which keeps sitting back while our people continue to suffer. Honorable Speaker, the EFF note that the pregnant women continue to give birth outside the gates of the clinic's premises because they are being told that the facility is not yet open or disclosed. They are also being told that the nurses have not yet arrived to assist the patients. We have various clinics that on Friday noon at around 1 o'clock, you will find that there is nobody in that clinic. And when we asked it, they were told by the people around that the department is saying there is no enough budget. The clinic in question is at Moelim village in the Ephraim Magale, in the Sikukune district. The EFF government will adopt a life cycle approach to the national health care system that focuses on primary health care, building 24-hour ideal clinic and disease profiling through public health care facilities. Furthermore, we will renew the health system through the strengthening of primary health care, universal coverage, people-centered care, with an emphasis on public health and evidence-based policies. Honorable Speaker, security breaches in the form of burglary and violent attacks on PHC facilities remain a hindrance across the province, and it has serious consequences on the provision of primary health care to our people. What is the department doing to stop criminal activities against the health system, which is extending to other areas? We have taken note of very bad incident where a guard at the Musina Emergency Medical Services Station was gunned down when 2 armed men attacked him. This happens because of the failure by the department to put stringent security system in health facilities, hence our people die unnecessarily. What is happening at the EMS station in Lewahomo? Because workers are congested in one room on a daily basis while the project is not anywhere near completion. The medico-legal cases have contributed to the significant balance in our contingent liabilities. How much money is the department expected to pay for the medico-legal cases contingent liability, and what is the main issue with these cases? Honorable Speaker, this is the National Week for Traditional Medicine, and government has not done anything to promote traditional medicine, despite the fact that millions of citizens in our province use this traditional medicine on a daily basis. The EFF recognized the role of traditional medicine in providing holistic health care to our population. We further call upon the government to establish a hub which will gather traditional herbs and animals from game parks
1 minute left.
and other state farms for the medicinal use. Such a noble move will minimize shortage of traditional medicine and ensure that the environment remains protected for future use. The economic freedom fighters have also received complaints, the Honorable Speaker, to say the patients throughout the province are forced to pay at government hospital. The newly bought or distributed ambulances in the province, when they deliver the patient, they take patient from home and deliver them in hospital. They are given the amount that they are supposed to pay. Now, we know in our province that the majority of our people are the dependent of SASSA. So this SASSA money is intended for their for their well-being and to take care of their health. Now, it is surprising, and we call on the Department of Health to make it clear that the policy for the payment of services to the department must only be for those who are employed and not the SASSA beneficiaries. I thank you.
Thank you so much. We now proceed to the Honorable Chair, Honorable Malebana Chweni William, Dr. Malebana, the Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee. Your 10 minutes starts now.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And greetings to the Honorable Chief Whip, Chairperson of Portfolio Committees, Leader of Official Opposition, Honorable Members of the Provincial Legislature, as well as Badudi Limpopo, Babar Levele Jimmo, Dukhokanunja social media. May I start by, Honorable Speaker, pay tribute and honor all patriotic South African men and women, urban and poor, young and old, and successive generation of freedom fighters who served our nation selflessly and unconditionally during the different phases of the National Democratic Revolution for our country, for freedom and self-determination. We are today celebrating 30 years of freedom, and we should pay homage to all those who came before us. Honorable Speaker, the establishment of democratic state institutions in accordance with the Constitution, such as Auditor General, Commission of Gender Equality, Independent Electoral Commission, Public Protector, and other organs that protect democracy and freedom are very important in assisting us to do our work. The democratic South Africa today is very different from the lived experience of apartheid South Africa 30 years ago. Access to good health is a fundamental human right, just as water and food are universal human rights. The department have achieved much in improving the life of the people of Limpopo. Our work in promoting universal access to quality healthcare has made tremendous impact. This includes access to healthcare for pregnant women, children under 5, to reduce infant and maternal mortality, and sustain investment in building healthcare facilities, even in the remote rural areas of our province. Accordingly, life expectancy has progressively improved, and this improvement is related to advances we made, among others, in rolling out of the comprehensive HIV/AIDS program, with more people enrolled in antiretroviral treatment, and steady progress with regard to the fight against TB. Similarly, the success in keeping mother-to-child transmission, HIV, and together with our child support grants, has helped reduce the rate of infant mortality. And the department have done well with regard to the fight against COVID-19 and has got recognition from World Health Organization and as well as the President with regard to improvement of availability of medicine. As part of this achievement of the universal and equitable access to healthcare, we spent significant time and effort over the past years to establish a system of universal healthcare insurance. And this culminated in the passing of the National Health Insurance, which culminated into a plan or a department having some housekeeping and preparatory work that seeks to want to make sure that we achieve this universal health insurance. However, Chair, there are a number of challenges that department is facing. Honorable members has mentioned them, but I will mention high level of those challenges. Among the problem we are having in the department is contract management, which affect the procurement of medical equipment. They are mainly part of the problem of managing service providers. And there are a number of Chapter 9 investigation and the challenge with regard to consequence management, matters of reporting, as well as some problems that relate to other state agencies like water supply, irregular expenditure and maintenance of the infrastructure. There are a number of other challenges that the House need to note, which I will quickly just browse them through. Among the problem is human resources shortages. We also have problem of brain drain, where there is immigration of skilled healthcare professionals to other provinces, which are part of the structural challenges. With regard to service delivery, we have long waiting times and queues, as well as poor patient experience and satisfaction in a number of the agencies or institution of health department. These include inadequate emergency medical services, which the department is seized with. There are a number of financial challenges that the department is facing: insufficient funding for public health care, inefficient use of resources, wastage, and perceived corruption within the department. There is also a general problem of healthcare workforce challenges, shortage of healthcare professionals, especially in rural areas, high turnover rates and attrition. Somewhere there are lack of specialized healthcare services. However, the department have guaranteed us and guarantees the portfolio committees and understand what is expected of them. And in their report with regard to the APP, the department were able to articulate and outline the strategic objective, performance target, and budget allocation for forthcoming financial year. We also had a report with regard to the incident that happened at Polokwane Hospital or Petersburg Hospital, which was a pre-report. And we will later, during the course of our work, for sure we'll get the full report that will be able to interrogate and be able to have an opinion. We, as the portfolio committee, will support the department. We are calling on the department, particularly with regard to governance and leadership, to rise to the occasion, because we have found that there is ineffective leadership and management, and the department management is able to articulate their problem very properly and the way forward. We will encourage the MEC to pay attention to some inefficiencies that are happening within the department, because the challenges that are there, except those that are related to infrastructure, which need a big budget, all of other problems can be resolved. Mainly that are related to contract management. The honorable members are talking about some veritas, digital, and other things. These are contract management matters. We are saying pay attention to contract management, because as the service providers are blundering, they are doing it with some official within the institution. And it's important that we put more system to deal with that. We are happy that you have monitoring and evaluation, I don't know whether it's a department of a unit, who will pay attention to that.
2
It's
minutes
important
left.
that we are able to do that. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, the committee has learned that the budget of health, which is popularly called Vote 7, is about 24.6 million. We encourage the department to utilize it maximally. And as the portfolio, we will conduct our oversight work without fear and favor. And we will want to join the Premier. Honorable Wilson, we believe that things have changed. We are calling on all the department to support the MEC with regard to making sure that the program, it should happen very seriously. We are supporting the approval of this APP and budget as the portfolio committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We shall now call upon the Honorable MEC for Department of Health, Mme Mashego, to respond to the debate as made by honorable members.
Honorable Speaker, members of the Executive Committee, the Chief Whip and the Deputy Chief Whip, chairpersons of portfolio committees, leader of official opposition, honorable members who are present here, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Thank you very much for being given the opportunity to respond to some of the issues that have been raised, but also let me appreciate the inputs and the advices that were given also, which we have noted as the department. On the issue of the EMS personnel, I would want to assure the House that indeed the report, according to our department, that we have initiated to have from all the facilities is that all the ambulances that were procured, before they were even procured, there was staff personnel drivers who will be responsible for driving those ambulances. So every ambulance that has been dispatched in our facilities, they have a person who is responsible for the ambulance. And when you see or you get into a facility and there's an ambulance that is not working on that day, it means the person who is responsible for the ambulance is not working on that day, which means the ambulance is also resting, which is a positive thing in terms of the lifespan of our ambulances. However, we do note that indeed there is a challenge in terms of our paramedics in the province. We do not have enough, but already we have plans to address that. We are looking into having a bursary because in terms of finding those who are qualified paramedics in the province, it's still challenging. We are looking into having a bursary where we'll be taking people to school, having our own paramedics to come and service the people of Limpopo. But also we are looking into reopening the EMS college. I think if you have seen the circular, we've already advertised for a post for the principal of the college so that it can start running. And we know that once the EMS college has started running, then it means we'll be able to train those who have who are basic drivers of our ambulances to have at least an intermediate qualification in terms of rendering that service. And then, Honorable Speaker, in terms of the audit findings, at least we are standing here today announcing that for the 2023-2024 financial year, we got an improvement in terms of the audit outcome. We are on unqualified, which is an improvement from the previous years where we were finding the audit opinion of being qualified. We have also developed the audit action plan to address all the findings to work towards a clean audit opinion. We also have, Honorable Speaker, bi-monthly audit steering committee meetings to monitor progress reports in resolving audit findings. Before the end of this financial year, we are looking into ensuring that those findings are addressed. And Honorable Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee and Honorable Speaker, we want to assure this House that the Portfolio Committee of Health is taken serious by the Department of Health. As the department, we know that for us to be able to do better, we have to work with the Portfolio Committee, and we are taking you serious. We have also committed ourselves even yesterday in our meeting that we will continue working together with the Portfolio Committee, ensure that every information that they need in order to run their oversight smoothly, we will provide with the information that is needed. And yesterday in the meeting we said, and as honorable members have said, that it was indeed a lengthy meeting with lots of questions, but as a department, we answered every question that was posed to the department, and also made a commitment that in terms of the reports that were requested by the committee to be provided by the department, we will provide. And indeed, Honorable Speaker, we are going to do likewise. In the issue of the victims or the patients that were injured on Petersburg Hospital, when the incident of the explosion happened, indeed we have 3 people who were injured. One of them was the technician who was busy decommissioning the MRI scan, and he is still admitted, but he is out of the ICU because he was admitted in ICU. We've been checking with him. He's doing better. He's actually out of ICU. He's now in high care. And the 2 staff members of Petersburg Hospital, one of them was not admitted. He was just checked in casualty, and she was released on the same day. And the second one, she was admitted overnight and was taken for a scan to check everything is fine, and everything is fine. The following day, she was also discharged. And then in terms of the investigations, indeed, we are still busy with the investigations, because also as the department, we would like to know what caused the MRI to explode. And when that report is ready, we will be sharing the report with the committee, and the House will know what transpired. And as the department, we will work to ensure that once we find the reason what happened, we will ensure that we prevent it in future, as we believe in prevention being better than cure. So we'll ensure that we prevent such incidents to happen again. On the issue of the 24-hour clinic activation, we are still busy with it. It has started, and we are continuing with it, because we agree with honorable members that indeed people don't get sick during the day only. So we are committed in ensuring that we always activate clinics, and when we activate them for 24 hours, we don't just activate them to say it is activated and batuba bona fela, but we will ensure that we strengthen our clinics to indeed render those 24-hour services to our communities. And also we will be monitoring those clinics that indeed, because I heard that it's only lights that are 24 hours, but the services are not 24 hours. So we will ensure that we monitor them to ensure at night they are not just switching on the lights, but they are servicing our people, because we are all about bringing services to the people. And the issue of the Ephraim Morale, it is noted, and I appreciate the fact that honorable members come here. If there is an issue, then we know exactly where that issue is, so that we can be able to go there and intervene, because we believe that this Department of Health is a department that needs all of us to assist one another in ensuring that we indeed bring proper services to the people. And for that to happen, it needs every member of this House, whenever you see a challenge, you alert us so that we are able to address the challenge there and there. And Honorable Speaker, I want also to assure the House that we have noted all the other comments, and indeed, as the department, we are more than ready to always respond where we are needed, and we've got plans to ensure that indeed quality health services that we are talking about, it's not just talk, but we act on it. We ensure that we give proper services to our people. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC. We now move to 7.1.2, consideration and adoption of the following report of the Portfolio Committee of Social Development. Committee Chairperson. Chairperson of the Department of Social Development, Honorable Chair. No, you can present from there, it's okay.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate that, Honorable Speaker. I rise on behalf of the department, on behalf of the Portfolio Committee on Social Development, to table its report for consideration and adoption by this House. I therefore move.
Any seconder? It is 2024-2025 Annual Performance Plan and Budget for record purposes.
Yeah, thank you very much. 2024-2025 APP and budget, annual budget, thank you.
You are welcome, Chair. Any seconder? Honorable Mdaka.
Thank you very much. I, Falazam Dakar, rise to second the move as made by the chairperson of the committee, Portfolio Committee, Honorable Mate. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you so much. The report has been seconded. We shall now refer to the speakers list. 2024-2025 Annual Performance Plan and Budget for Department of Social Development. Honorable Nenguda Doelane Alton. Your 10 minutes starts now.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, Member Koma Makurupezi, Honorable Premier in absentia, Honorable Chief Whip of the Majority Party, members of the Provincial Legislature, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Abushe, Tovela, Machero, good morning. Madam Speaker, allow me to steal this moment before debate and give an overview of challenges depicting a reality faced by the majority of our people. These situations are unfortunately familiar to many in the trenches of poverty, yet a true reflection of our situational condition. The African National Congress has tried and continues to put its shoulder on the wheel of desirable change to alter and reverse the inhuman conditions of our people, inherited from apartheid era. Yet, Madam Speaker, when we traverse the width and breadth of this province, we cannot confirm the cancerous impact of poverty that our people continue to be exposed to. It remains a fact that the Department of Social Development is at the cold face of poverty affliction. It witnesses its scars and wounds inflicted on our people on a daily basis. Regarding disability, income, and poverty, Madam Speaker, I guess we all know and understand that disability is one of the most important issues in the contemporary society because stigmatization of people with disabilities contributed to the formation of biases and prejudice, which put them into the disadvantageous position compared to people who did not have problems of disability. Nevertheless, today, the problem of people with disabilities and their discrimination persists because many biases and prejudice are resilient. As procedural, in carrying out its constitutional mandate, the Standing Committee, that is the Portfolio Committee on Social Development, succeeded in meeting and engaging the Department on 2024-25 Annual Performance Plan and Budget. It has been reported by the Department of Social Development that a total of 294 people living with disabilities will be provided with access to residential facilities, while 3,510 will access protective workshops in the 2024-25 financial year. It is stated in record that the newly appointed service provider at Shulubani Frail Care Center continues to render services to frail patients, bringing stability and comfort to frail patients in the province. The Portfolio Committee on Social Development will therefore, as part of its oversight responsibility, monitor and oversee if the budget is spent accordingly during the implementation of plans. Regarding social welfare service program, the sub-program on HIV and AIDS cater for implementers who get trained on social and behavior change, where the target has been increased from 579 of the previous year to 700 in the year under review. Madam Speaker, the department has challenges on reaching the required quarterly targets, indicating budget constraints or poor responses by implementers of social and behavior changes. The committee was concerned on how the department will ensure that implementers of social and behavior changes are on board as required. Many beneficiaries of social and behavior change are also planned to be reached, similar to those who will need psychosocial support services. This program has 525.6 million allocated to implement all 8 targets to reduce levels of poverty, inequality, vulnerability, and social ills. It is recorded that circumcision reduces the susceptibility of men to acquire HIV during intercourse by up to 60%. About 4,000 men in our province have gone to circumcision during this year. It is important to note that circumcision is not a standalone prevention method and should combine with other preventative measures, such as condom use and safe sexual practice. Education and awareness play a crucial role in our fight against HIV and AIDS. It is imperative that we continue to disseminate accurate information about transmission, prevention, and treatment, dispelling misconceptions and promoting understanding. By promoting comprehensive sex education, we empower young people with the knowledge and tools they need to protect themselves and make informed choices. Regarding youth and women development sub-program, Madam Speaker, I'm happy that our government, led by the African National Congress, understands that investing in women is one of the most effective development tools of our time to both uplift women and children. It stops generational poverty and in the process stimulates economic growth. Rural women are particularly disadvantaged both as poor and as women. Women on both rural and urban areas face a higher risk of poverty and more limited economic opportunities than their male counterparts. The number of rural women living in extreme poverty rose by about 50% over the past 20 years. It has been reported that the department still maintains same number as previous year of youth participation in development skills, development and entrepreneurship programs of 606,000. And the target of 17,000 women participating in empowerment programs is maintained in the year under review. Both the sub-program and targets under this program are similar to that of the previous financial year. The allocation of the program increased by 9.5% from 217.2 million rands in 2023-24 financial year to 237.9 million 2024-25 to enable the department implements what is planned for this financial year. The committee recommended that all commitments made in the previous financial year and not achieved be reported on regular basis. Women in rural poverty live under the same harsh conditions as their male counterparts, but experience additional cultural and policy biases which undervalue their work in both informal and, if accessible, formal labor markets. Having engaged the department and scrutinized the departmental 2024-25 budget, the committee has recommended that the department should
1 minute left.
thank you, fully implement recommendations of the Auditor General in order to move from unqualified audit opinion towards obtaining a clean audit before the end of this financial year. Madam Speaker, regarding the investigation reports within the department, following the investigation report by the Public Protector on allegation of maladministration and improper conduct relating to shortlisting, interviewing and appointment of certain candidates to positions of child and youth care workers and child and youth care team leaders at Pulukwane Welfare Complex and Mawambe Secure Care Center during the period March to October 2023. The department informed the committee that it had requested Office of the Premier to conduct an investigation to determine whether the companies are irregularly appointed as alleged. In closing, we wish to reiterate our position that let this seventh administration accelerate the transition from social welfare to social development as well, as we embrace the plight of the most vulnerable in our society. Believing that the African National Congress-led government will continue to remain firm in providing opportunities for vulnerable to develop skills and earn an income with products that they make in workshops to supplement their grants. To this end, let us continue to make every endeavor to ensure that those who need social relief are given priority and fair treatment. I thank you.
10 minutes on the
Inko.
dot.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
10 minutes on the dot. We now move to Honorable Kobodi Dinsmaila. Honorable Maila, your 3 minutes starts now.
Thanks, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Deputy Speaker, and Honorable Premier in their absentia, Honorable Chief Whip and Deputy Chief Whip, the Chairperson of Portfolio Committees, the opposition parties, and all the members of Limpopo Legislature. Tovela, Apsheni, Dimachiru, and good morning, Hoyamore. As I'm standing in front of you during this time where Africa is still battling to achieve its economic freedom, even after years of colonization, we need to make it clear that the lives of our people still need to be improved, as we all deserve a better life for all. As United African Transformation, we put the lives of our people first and request the Department of Social Development to identify the needs of our people before the annual budget plan. This will enable the department to know how to address the social ills, challenges which are faced by our people. We once again noted with concern that there is a shortage of social workers in our district, in 5 districts of our province. This has also been indicated by MEC of Social Development in the meeting. We therefore say, in order to address such a problematic area, we request that each school and clinic, police station in the province must have at least 1 social worker. The reason for that is that these social workers will be able to identify those who faces socio-economic problems, the child that's are facing socio-economic problems at the school. If the social worker can be there, they'll be able to identify such kind of learners. To identify those who are psychologically problematic. In that sense, the government of Limpopo will efficiently be able to manage all the social ills. In terms of collaboration with COGSTAR for building houses, we put it clear that it is better to build a quality house that has at least 3 bedrooms, and it should be full finished one.
1 minute left.
This is how the government of Limpopo can improve the quality of life for the people of the province. Honorable members, bomme ka mo South Africa ba tlhaga re be re bontate ba nyale basadi ba babedi ba raro bomme ba babedi ba bararo re a leboga.
We now move to item 3, Honorable Evelyn Raine Wilson. We shall hear what Honorable Wilson will say in the response. We shall hear if Honorable Wilson will respond to the statement.
Thank you, Speaker. The department's total budget stands at 2.0676 billion. However, key programs in this department have gone with funds underspent, despite the important work it is tasked with in recent times. This cannot and must not continue. The DA has always raised concerns over the department's serious budgetary constraints, while simultaneously having a high vacancy rate of staff at both senior and lower levels. We acknowledge and welcome that the staff complement operating at 48% is unacceptable, and the undertaking by the MEC to advertise and fill these vacant posts. We have an abundance of social workers without jobs in the province. In fact, many were trained by this department and left high and dry when the department failed to absorb them. Maybe, MEC, you can start there. As we continue to celebrate and commemorate Women's Month, we note the department's plan to empower 17,000 women on programs, such as Women in Agriculture, Business Management, Business Startup, etc. And while providing these women with skills is commendable, we hope that the department has the foresight to collaborate with other departments and spheres of government or the private sector to see what opportunities can be availed to them after they have gone through these programs. We cannot take these women through programs only for them to sit at home again. The same applies to the youth in skills development. Speaker, we welcome the decision of this department to assist and capacitate 3,200 MPOs and to continue funding and supporting well-run, effective and efficient MPOs. However, we put on note that we have a very serious concern over the appointment of the granting of the tender for the running of the Shiluvano Care Center to an NPO with very little skills and background in caring for the severely disabled and handicapped patients there. The potential for another life Esidimeni crisis is looming. They did not meet all the tender requirements, and this is currently being investigated, and oversight there will be regular. It is imperative that the department works jointly with the NGOs to develop plans in ensuring that they have the necessary capacity and expertise to run programs, and most importantly, to manage the funds in accordance with policies and regulations. Jobs for Friends result in a string of unfortunate events, which will be costly in every way. Increasing the number of vulnerable households accessing food from 4,550 to 7,200 through food security programs will provide much sought relief in the province, and we hope that this department meets its target. Speaker, as a province, we have the responsibility to ensure that older persons and persons with disabilities are cared for. There should be a concerted effort moving forward to increase the number of older persons and people with disabilities accessing residential facilities from 542 and 294, as I am certain the demand for such facilities far outnumbers the availability. There are simply insufficient old age homes for the most vulnerable. This has to be addressed, and urgently. The increase in subsidy amount from 3,500 to 4,000 for children in child and youth care centres is encouraging. The next challenge will be that the department ensures that payments to these centres and other NPOs are done on time so that their monthly expenses can be met. Last year, many NPOs went for months on end without payment. Furthermore, in our experience and from oversights, these monies are not spent appropriately and for what they were intended. We will be monitoring every aspect and the line items of this department very closely. It is the lifeline for many of our poor and vulnerable. We must see it succeed. Thank you, Speaker.
You know, I'm so happy honorable members managed their time, but she didn't respond to the question. Maybe the question of marrying many wives or many husbands will be debated on the SNAP debate. We now move to Honorable Magolo Matlebeane Abraham. The SNAP debate will be interesting.
Once again, thanks, Honorable Speaker, and to the members in the House and to our MEC for Social Development. Honorable Speaker, the problems that the Department of Social Development is supposed to deal with, or is purposefully dealing with, is a part of the social ills caused mainly by the unemployment rate, which is high in the country. In the beginning, when the Premier was opening this Agua's house, the Premier emphasized that the purpose will be the capacitating of our state institution for us to in-source services, and that will be sacrosanct and shall remain a priority of this 7th administration. In other words, the Premier was indicating that the insourcing of vulnerable workers will be at the forefront. The EFF indeed believe that the insourcing of workers will provide quality jobs to the workers and curtail corruption, which is truly a cancer to the society. The EFF has certainly, however, found nothing significant living up to the promise in this budget vote, just like in all other votes from vote 1 to vote 13, aimed at replacing the government's corruptible tender or outsourcing practice. Because it is a stampede on these tenders, and these tenders, the participant in these tenders, they are fighting, causing, murdering others and causing a lot of disturbances to the delivery of services. The department is still held back by the investigation of possible malfeasance in security tender that was referred to Premier's office, as the previous speaker has alluded. This department is still very much into outsourcing to an extent that it has recently awarded tender to supply our destitute citizens with food parcels. The Honorable Speaker, this is one of those that was supposed to be insourced and be done in-house by the department. EFF note potential simmering tension even in this tender that could possibly delay the delivery of food parcel to our hungry people. The Honorable Speaker, possibilities further unfolding that the people of Limpopo might have been lied to primarily because the budget allocation and stated execution plans, the APP plans, suggest nothing to outsourcing. Of the 15 youth care centers in the province, only 5 are run by the department, with 10 under the independent NPOs, which are unsupervised or insufficiently supervised. There is nothing or very little in this budget to change that situation. The bigger part of the departmental budget is spent on these unsupervised NPOs with the risks that goes with it. As the economic freedom fighters, we are, however, surprised as to why there is no expression of insourcing in this APPS and budget. It is because insourcing is not actually a policy of the African National Congress. The ANC is happy to please employers. It always takes the side of the employers and allows the tender system, the labor broking, which in essence is a slavery to the African people who are working, those few African people who are working. And it's got the result of exploiting workers who do the actual work, such as the cleaners and security. EFF noted the staff complements of the department being a total of, the department have the staff complement of 2,762, with the number of women being 1,899, the men being 854. The EFF noted the answer from MEC to the portfolio committee that what looks like a high number of women employed, which is roughly 2,000 to 800 of men, is not that low. The MEC, when answering, she said the majority of them, they are the low-paying jobs, the cleaners being, that answer, the EFF found that answer to be an unsatisfactory answer. We do have an equally large number of unemployed men in all categories, including at those very lower levels. And so if we are to have 2,000 women to 800 men, even at that category, we find it to be unacceptable. The target, the only target, the Employment Equity Act in these APPs is that the department is intended to level the employment rate at the senior level. That is the only target. And when we look into that, it is 10 women and 12 men. Whereas we are living that huge discrepancy, the huge gap of 2,000 to 800. Because we do have brothers and fathers out there who are unemployed and at that very same level. We find this to need to be reconsideration, the Honorable MEC. We need to correct it going forward. We are not calling on anyone to lose the job. We are merely calling on the department to correct this anomaly going forward. Accordingly, the EFF could have supported this budget if the insourcing of workers in Limpopo, as promised by the Honorable Premier, has received an expression in this APP and budget. The EFF considers it very important for the more than 47.8 of unemployed people in our province to be gainfully employed, thereby attaining economic freedom in their lifetime. Madam, the Honorable Speaker, during the elections, we all go out with the manifestos as the politicians. We tell the people that we will be creating jobs, we have the plans. After the elections, we all come here with the people, having raised the hopes of the people that they will be employed. When we arrive here, we've seen everything that we need to do to change the
2 minutes left.
To change the face of our economy. But after having listened, the Honorable Premier telling us of everything that needs to be done, like in the beneficiations of the minerals in the province, the Honorable Premier will just go back to the usual practices of the ANC, which is to say, we are going to have a mining indaba, and that mining indaba has been happening for the past, since 2017. We hold these indabas, we are not doing anything. We know exactly what need to be done. We need those minerals in Sikukune, in the province, to be beneficiated here, to benefit the people and to cure these social ills that we are having. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Honorable Member. We now proceed to the Chair, Honorable Mate Matsovane Simon. You can see he's no longer using a stick.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Members of the Executive Council present here, members of the August House, the Chief Whip and the Deputy Chief Whip of the Majority Party, members of the opposition parties, allow me once more to interact with this House. Honorable Speaker, the theme, as we take lead from the Premier, is that shanduka. Zwito zo shanduka. I'm told it means dilodi changing. To prove that things are changing, it is not going to be business as usual. One, we have always emphasized that we will fight corruption. And we have a responsibility as the legislature to play oversight and fight corruption. And if people would want to continue with their corrupt tendencies, then we enforce consequences management. Because we want to demonstrate that Zwito zo shanduka. It cannot just be a lip service. One, we as the Portfolio Committee, after having engaged with the MEC and the department, we resolved on the following. And this particular resolution of the Portfolio Committee, Honorable Speaker, I would believe that it will follow the necessary processes of the legislature so that it also becomes the resolution of this House, so that whoever that is going to defy that resolution will face consequences management. And we have empowered the MEC to act without fear or favor in enforcing the consequences management. DSDP 31/23 and DSDP 32/23. All those tenders are set aside and all the appointments must be cancelled and reversed. Period. As to how you do it the way you have done it, irregularly. They have irregularly appointed the service providers. Now they must go and find a way to regularly disappoint, if there is anything called disappoint. Because izinto ziyashanduka. Two, we're dealing with issues that require consequences. Because now, in that department, Honorable Speaker, it is clear that it seems like it was everybody for himself. Without no accountability, things happen as if we don't have laws and policies in this country and in this province. There were people that were suspended and subjected to disciplinary processes. Subjected to disciplinary processes for appointing staff irregularly. And those people, some of them were dismissed from work for appointing staff irregularly. But then those that were appointed irregularly are still at work. So what are we saying? So as there is, just we're not in the US. If we were in the US, I would say it's a decree. We have directed the MEC to say that consequences management must also follow to those that were appointed irregularly. And these things were done in consultation and upon engagement. It is not us coming out of nowhere, but would wait, because people are used to a certain Christmas in that department. We will wait for them to see if they are going to implement or not. If they don't, consequences management will be enforced. We are going to assist this department to find its way to do things in the right way. Where would hurt feelings is unfortunate we are not in a love relationship, we are in a work relationship, so feelings will not matter most. 2. The 3. GBV and femicide. This is a strong challenge to many of us. And we need to be asking ourselves whether we must always say we are against gender-based violence without taking any form of action. It is our view, Chief Whip and Honorable Speaker, that in the next sittings, it is not correct that it is, when we speak about gender-based violence, we only speak about male murdering females. It applies both. Now we are saying, each and every member of this house, after doing your tradition of Honorable Speaker, Chair, and what, you must confirm to us that I am not a woman abuser before you can tell us whatever that you are going to tell. And any female must tell us that I'm not a male abuser before she can tell us anything that she would want to tell us. And in that way, we'll be instilling the spirit to intensify the fight against gender-based violence. Honorable Speaker, through your office, would request that if that is possible, in consultation with the office of the acting secretary, that we need a pledge, something where we can write our names to say that we are not going to abuse females. And in all the things that comes from legislature, be it a bag or a t-shirt or a cap or any other thing, it must have that thing to say I am not a woman or a male or a man abuser. Because we need to take that serious. The optimal utilization of our treatment care centers. Honorable Speaker would understand that currently our country and province and many of our districts and townships are confronted by a problem of drug abuse. And we, as the Department of Social Development, we have a responsibility, of course, in consultation with other departments. Health, police, so on and forth. But what we do not understand is the red tape in terms of ensuring that people that are victims of such abuse, substance abuse, find themselves in. You cannot have a treatment center that always has 22 or 23 patients to undergo rehabilitation, but you have a waiting list of more than 1,200 applicants. So we are not optimally utilizing the resources that we have so that we are able to fight this pandemic or this problem. We have others that we can still collaborate with. We have effective, and we've seen those that are on social media, you'd see, I'm not promoting anybody, I'm giving an example. Ladgag. They are doing wonders. But the problem now is that now it's more of a national rehab center than a provincially based rehab center. But then how do we tap in as a department to work in partnership with them? How do we enhance their psychological services or whatever services? Yes, psychological services. So that when those kids are done there, they come into our centers to get psychological assistance. Because we've seen that their programs are working. And we still request members of this August House to sometimes on weekends go and volunteer their services there, like while others we do. Even Honorable Mapolo, I'm going with him this Saturday. We are going to volunteer our services because we have embraced what is happening there.
2 minutes left, Chair. Sorry.
Okay, Honorable Speaker, I'm trying to prioritize. When we are to deal with physical abuse, police, you are contributing towards GBV because when males go to police station to report their abuses that they are faced with, you reduce them into cowards and they go home angry and they kill their wives. The conduct and behavior of the police, it is also a contributing factor towards this particular problem. So the police must create an environment whereby everybody would feel, if my wife has murdered me, I should not have a problem to go to police station and say I was murdered by my wife. But if I go there, you laugh at me, I go home, I do something else. Child-headed families. We are, and we are happy that the APP and the budget speeches presented by the MEC speaks to issues that we have identified as major challenges. How are we going to reduce child-headed families? How are we going to make sure that we provide support? But for us and for this department to get things right, MEC, we are repeating, consequences management. Consequences management, those that were here when Honorable Pala was still here, you will know. Consequences management, consequences management, and consequences management. Nothing more, nothing less, and I thank you very much, and I can walk on my own.
So much, Honorable Chair. Indeed, today you are walking on your own without any assistance. We shall now call upon the Honorable MEC, Mebo Purpero Florence Radzilani, to respond to the debate by honorable members. Malibongwe.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker of our Legislature, Me Makoma Grace Makurupeche, my colleagues in the Executive Council, the Chief Whip and the Deputy Chief Whip of this August House, the Leader of the Official Opposition, Honorable Mapoulo, the Chairpersons and members of the Portfolio Committees, Honorable members of this August House, HODs of departments, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Honorable Speaker, let me start by appreciating all the inputs and comments from the honorable members. And we believe that as the department, we are going to really improve on our performance if we can act on the guidance that you have just provided. Honorable Speaker, the dawn of the 7th administration has brought with it an opportunity to turn things around and make significant changes in line with the Premier's theme of things have changed. Je Honorable Matebari Zwitu zwo shanduka, and indeed, this is the call by the head of the provincial administration as we respond to the annual and performance plan of our budget performance plan and our budget, it is clear, Honorable Speaker, that there is an urgent need for the department to adapt and change in order to meet the needs of the most vulnerable members of our society. In order to effectively address the changing priority needs of the poor, the elderly, people living with disability, neglected children and victims of gender-based violence, amongst others, the department must be willing to review and reassess its strategies and programs in order to continue restoring the dignity of our people. This will require a proactive approach to ensure that resources are allocated in a way that benefits those who need them the most. By prioritizing the needs of the most vulnerable, we can make a real impact and improve the lives of those who are struggling the most. We have also pleaded, Honorable Speaker, with members of this portfolio committee that they should also assist the department, especially to lobby provincial treasury so that resources are afforded. This is the department that is assigned a very huge responsibility to deal or to provide services affecting the most vulnerable within our society. It can be correct that in most of the programs, the department relies on donors, because those donors will not just step in. You will have to follow them. You will have to lobby them. Others will release their resources. Others will be reluctant. Hence, it's important for this august house, if we want to make change, if we want to uplift the lives of our people, we must make sure that budget is provided for this department. Honorable Speaker, through our various programs and services, we provide essential support that can make a tangible difference in the daily lives of the people that I've just mentioned. Whether it is through social welfare initiatives, financial assistance, food provision, training, or empowering of our citizens with necessary resources and opportunities. We are committed to rebuilding hope and providing a safety net for those who need it most. It is true what honorable members have just indicated to this august house. The issue that I've also mentioned during the budget speech, that we are operating as the department with a staff complement of only 48%. But we are trying our best to make sure that those funded posts are advertised, and within a short space of time, we hope that with the assistance of the Office of the Premier and Provincial Treasury, MEC Treasury, we will be able to fill number of positions. The Shiluvani Care Center, it's unfortunate, Honorable Wilson, you were not in the meeting. We respect that maybe you had other pressing commitment that make you not to be available for the portfolio committee. When it comes to Shiluvani Frail Care Center, it won't be nice and it won't be right to give people the information that is not correct. To say the department appointed the service provider who does not have the skills and expertise necessary to run that center, the information is misleading. We are more than ready to sit down with you as a member of Portfolio Committee to provide the information that will assist you so that when you debate in future, you do so coming from an informed position. The service provider who is attached to the Shiluvani Frail Care Center has been appointed after all legal processes have been complied with. And when you comply with legislation, you can't take someone who don't qualify to be appointed. And there's stability. And we request you, Honorable Chair, that find time and space to lead honorable members and visit the center, because the people who are housed there, they are receiving quality services, which for us we are quite happy. Of course, the issue of underspending on some of the program, it's something that it cannot be accepted. We are trying our best to make sure that as the department, we must spend all the resources allocated to us so that for future allocation, we must not make it difficult for provincial treasury to assist the department. The outsourcing vis-a-vis insourcing, I thought maybe honorable member will appreciate that we are talking about the department that is really struggling in terms of the staff establishment. So when you start to insource, that's when the organizational structure in terms of warm human bodies, it's filled. It will assist the department to achieve its mandate. We can't run away in areas where we'll have to insource. If we have capacity, definitely with your guidance, because we'll be working together, we will be able to do so. The employment equity, it's something that the department has provided answers, and in areas where there are gaps, we said we are going to address those gaps, because if you check in terms of the existing organizational or staff complement of the department, especially at the management level, you have only acting positions. So in the process of filling those positions, that's where also the issue of employment equity will be taken care of. Fostering employment equity for us is not only adhering to legal mandate, but also drives organizational success and cohesion, social cohesion, making it an essential consideration for effective public administration performance. The issue of fighting corruption, tenders that were irregularly appointed to be reversed. Honorable Chair of the Portfolio Committee, even yesterday, you were very much clear. You raised this matter sharply, and we have agreed as the department that definitely where wrong things have been done, we will have to find ways of correcting those things, because it can be that we continue to house these anomalies within the department, and consequences management will also be implemented. The gender-based violence, excuse me, Honorable Speaker, as I'm towards conclusion, the gender-based violence and femicide, women vis-a-vis men, on this one, Honorable Chair, we are guided by the South African Police Service crime statistics. It will indicate who are the serious victims of gender-based violence and femicide. Of course, we are not saying men are not abused, but we rely on numbers that are there, because we can't just say. We have noted the issue of the NPOs. I've indicated how are we going to manage this kind of the NPOs. On substance abuse and drug abuse, we indicated that we are engaging the mining companies in Skukuni district, where we want to make sure that we have a facility that will house those who are victims of drugs and substance abuse, so that they continue to receive counseling. It is true that we do have a number of social workers and community development workers who are lingering out there. Some of them were trained by government. So if we can be supported by resources, definitely we are going to make sure that they are appointed, because all of us, whether you start, Honorable Speaker, from a family setup, even if you go to Stockfells, you go to all areas of lives where you have people, you need the services of social workers. Once you are emotionally not okay, Honorable Matabuche, Morris is seated next to Honorable Malivana there and Honorable Dikeledi Metle. If you are busy engaging one another and then you don't do it in a polite way, one will be emotionally affected. And you must not hesitate to call me so that we provide services of social workers. Thank you.
Yeah. This NEP debate is now enriched by the Honorable MEC. Thank you so much. We'll now proceed to item 7.1.3, consideration of the following report of the Portfolio Committee of Agriculture and Rural Development. Committee Chairperson. Committee Chairperson, Mayor Ramadi Meja Constance Kupa.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Executive Members, Honorable Chief Whip, Honorable Deputy Chief Whip, and Honorable Members, good morning. I, Bella Constance Ramadi Meja Kupa, the Chairperson of Portfolio Committee on Agriculture and Rural Development, held a meeting with the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development to interrogate the 2024-2025 annual performance plans and budget. And Honorable Speaker, allow me to table the report of the Portfolio Committee on Agriculture and Rural Development for consideration and adoption by the August House. And I so move. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Ramadi Meja Bella Constance Kupa. The Chair, can I please call for the seconder of the motion? Can I please call for the seconder for the motion as presented by the Chair? Honorable Maram on the other side.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to second the adoption of the report.
Please mention your name as well so that recording can be done appropriately.
My name is Honorable Sanego Sibopela.
Thank you so much. Honorable Sibopela, we thank you so much. We'll now refer to the speakers list. The debate is opened by Honorable Munisi Gloria Zunisani. Malbongwe. Your 10 minutes starts now.
Honorable Speaker, members of the executive present here, the Chief Whip of the Legislature, Deputy Chief Whip, the Chairperson of committees, honorable members of the Legislature, the Leader of the Opposition, and esteemed guests and stakeholders in the agriculture sector. Greetings in the name of my Lord Jesus Christ. Honorable Mate, I'm not a man abuser, I declare. It is an honor for me to be addressing this August House as we gravitate towards the end of this remarkable month of August. Long live the spirit of the heroes of the struggle against apartheid, patriarchy, and poverty, more especially those who hail from this province. Happy Women's Day, Happy Women's Month to all women in this house and those that are at their resting places. Honorable Speaker, crucial for the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development is the genesis of its mandate, which is the Freedom Charter. On the section where it says, I quote, "The land shall be shared among those who work it," close quote. There is a directive from the people of South Africa that says, I quote, "The state shall help the peasants with implements, seeds, tractors, and dams to save the land and assist tillers," close quote. Honorable members and the MEC for the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development, or the acting MEC since she's in absentia, it is against this background that the agricultural sector remains the cornerstone of our provincial economy, providing livelihoods for thousands of families and contributing significantly to food security. We are not doing the people of this province and South Africa a favor, but it is an obligation that emanated from the people's aspirations and the renewed mandate that they gave the ruling party in this province on the 29th of May 2024. Food is very, very important. Honorable Mdaka, it's not only sports that bring people together. Giard de Laurentiis once said, I quote, "Food brings people together on many different levels. It nourishes the soul and body. It is truly love." While Franklin D. Roosevelt said about soil, I quote, "The nation that destroys its soil, it destroys itself," close quote. Honorable Speaker, the department's annual performance plan outlines how the department will enhance sustainability, support to farmers, and drive economic growth through agriculture. Honorable members, the ANC is pleased to say that the department's commitment to sustainable agricultural practices is evident in its program 2, which is Sustainable Resource Management. This program is designed to promote the sustainable use of natural resources, which is crucial for the long-term viability of our agricultural sector. Key initiatives include soil conservation projects, water management programs, and climate change adaptation strategies. The ANC welcomes the department's willingness to work closely with farmers to implement practices that reduce environmental impact and enhance resilience to climate change. These efforts are essential in ensuring that our agriculture system can withstand the challenges posed by changing weather patterns and environmental degradation. Honorable Speaker, another critical area of focus in the APP for the department is Program 3, which is Farmer Support and Development. This program aims to provide comprehensive support to farmers, particularly smallholder and emerging farmers, who are the backbone of our rural economy. We commend the department for expanding access to extension services, training, and financial resources to empower farmers in increasing their productivity and profitability. It is worth noting that the department is giving special attention to promotion of agro-processing and value chain development to ensure that farmers can capture more value from their produce. We are pleased with the budget set aside to implement the catalytical projects, which is Majeje Citrus Farm, Chilwabusiku Park House, a hatchery in Waterberg, and bringing back the former glory of Zebediel Citrus Farm. This is more food to the communities, bringing people from different levels together. Food is truly love. This will also bring much desired economic boost. We also have a program called Veterinary Services. Honorable members, this program is focusing on safeguarding of animal health, which is essential for both food security and public health. The program deals with disease prevention, control, and management, with a particular emphasis on preventing outbreaks of zoonotic diseases that can impact both animal and human populations. We commend the department for enhancing its capacity to respond to animal health emergencies and ensure that vaccination programs are effectively implemented across the province. Ensuring the health of the livestock, it's not crucial for food production only, but also for maintaining the livelihoods of many farming communities out there. Honorable members, innovation is key to staying competitive in the agricultural sector. For that reason, a program research and technology development is dedicated to driving innovation. The department will invest in research to develop new crop varieties, improve livestock breeds, and enhance farming practices. The department needs to strengthen collaboration with academic institutions and research organizations to ensure that farmers have access to the latest scientific knowledge and technologies. Furthermore, the program will focus on promoting the adoption of digital technologies in farming, which can significantly increase efficiency and productivity. Another crucial area in agriculture is understanding market dynamics. Agricultural Economic Services provides the necessary support in this regard. The program will provide market information, economic analysis, and trade facilitation services to help farmers make informed decisions. We therefore implore the MEC for Agriculture and Rural Development to ensure that the department work hard to improve access to local and international markets for agricultural products, with a particular focus on smallholder farmers in accessing these opportunities. Honorable MEC, please ensure that the farmers have the tools and information they need to succeed. This will help them compete fairly in the marketplace. Honorable MEC, I'm still referring to acting Honorable MEC who will take the message back. The future of agriculture sector depends on the skills and knowledge of the next generation of farmers. Structured agricultural education and training will build this capacity by providing high-quality education and training programs. The ANC urges the department to continue supporting agricultural colleges and training institutions in the province. Honorable Speaker, emphasis should be placed on practical training and entrepreneurship to equip students with skills they need to succeed in the sector. Worth of noting is the effort made by the department in providing learning on basic farming in schools, which can go far in stimulating farming career path for the student at a very young stage. Honorable Speaker, I chose to speak about Program 1 at the end for a reason. Administration is equally important to the other programs, critical for ensuring that the department operates effectively and efficiently by providing a strategic policy coherence for the department, provide strategic leadership, financial management, and governance oversight to ensure the achievement of the objectives by all programs. And the priority remains to improvement of service delivery through accountability and transparency. More often than not, Honorable MEC, some departments, when faced with constraining budget limits, they choose to neglect this program, which we advise not to be tempted to, because the weaker the administration,
the weaker is the governance of the institution. Obtaining clean audit is not a rocket science. It is about delivering services to the right people effectively and efficiently with correct deployed resources, following correct statutes and procedures, and keeping the correct records at the right place so that you do not keep the auditor waiting. And the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development has realized that. In conclusion, Honorable Speaker, it is very important of this 7 administration to make deliberate efforts to refrain from working in silos, promote integration, and critically look at the mandate of each department, beneficiary population of each program, before deciding on who gets how much. The appropriated budget for this department stands at 1782612. This department is huge and critical in terms of its mandate, but they can do just a little because their budget increase is below the CPIX. Honorable MEC Mawai is working with economics and accountants that, and their language, its projection, its estimates, its cut and increase. They have no or little relation with humanities. So agriculture will continue to offer minimum of the most needed support agricultural sector while they deal with most sensitive, delicate, critical fiber of our society, which is food and building the economy. I thank you, Nakensa Mubulabuli Nkulukumba, wa hubo ya kuenda mlao ya Limpopo, me Grace Makoma Makrupage. Thank you.
Akensa Manana Gloria, Ikensa Shnen. We will now move to the next speaker, Honorable Velile Cyril Jack. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thanks, Honorable Speaker. It's really difficult to talk about land in 3 minutes when you have failed in 30 years. Honorable Speaker and honorable members in the House, progressive forces on my left, only 2 things that concern some of us. We always call food basic needs. And we grow up starting agriculture from home. We go to basic schools. Agriculture become part of the subjects, theoretical and practical. After 94, that project was never pursued. We call upon to the department to revisit the Department of Education and amalgamate in assisting our children at schools to love agriculture and to know the importance of agriculture. Because nowadays agriculture is taken as a by the way when it's supposed to be a compulsory subject that brings food to the poor. People must know how to make food for themselves without relying on tenders, so that even children can plant their own food at schools to avoid the unfairly distributed feeding schemes. We are here, 90% of people seated here are former Pandu education victims. They know very well how important it is agriculture because they are from that culture, except Honorable Thabo Mabotja baby and his colleagues. But we are from that school. And the Premier said something about the redistribution of some farms to small farm scale farmers. around the province. I then asked myself, how is that going to be practical when the boss of agriculture is the man who is under that project of redistribution of land, Mr. Tony Leon? How are you going to practicalize that under his nose? Because it's going to stop anything that has got to do with the levels of agriculture. My last part, Honorable Speaker, because the 3 minutes can't make any difference here. It's better I talk about you outside with the relevant people. My last part is that we are requesting the Department of Agriculture, they must have a policy of some kind. You can't have white farmers, after 30 years of our democracy, still continue to kill their own workers and black people in particular. There must be some sort of a punishment. Even if you are to take back that farm and compensate the victims of those people who killed the same women on the August month. We are suffering today. This thing is starting because of your GNU. If it was not that GNU, we would be facing this. You sing about heroes and heroines, but you marry the same people who abuses our black people in their own country, in their own land. But you people, you must be careful. You will reap what you are doing.
In conclusion,
We must continue supporting the Department of Agriculture to support the workers in the farms. They can't be victimized under your nose, Dr. Maliban. You are a communist for that matter. How do you allow a situation like this? We must take back the farms of the oppressors in the farms. Take back and give back to the families of the victims. I know you can't do that because you gave yourself farms, all of you. You have farms here. You must be careful. We're going to take those farms
Honorable
2029.
Member, time up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Order in the house. Order in the house. Order, honorable members. We now move to Honorable Kobodidins Maila.
Thanks,
Honorable
Premier.
Maila, your 3 minutes starts now. Can we all listen to Honorable Maila? His 3 minutes starts
Thanks,
now.
Honorable Speaker. Nka se dule fase ditaba e sa le dintši. As Youth AT, we are saying the agricultural subject should be compulsory at school, so that when the child grows, he can grow with the full knowledge of agriculture. A tsebe go lema, a tsebe go jwala. So we are saying there should not be somebody who is owning 20,000 hectares of land, especially there are no farming or agricultural activities. So there must be at least a ceiling that individual may own, not more than 100 hectares of land, more than 1,000 hectares of land for farming or agricultural activities. We need to introduce massive agricultural projects and provide land machinery and seeds to ensure that our people farm that land, more particularly women and the youth. The state should train farmers in management, finance, and agricultural skills. As a radical alternative, expropriation of land without compensation should be enforced to ensure adequate access to land by African people, because the subsistence farmers must be financially supported and farming resources should be made available for them so that they can continue with the good work they are doing. Today, the question is, how many subsistence farmers do we have in Limpopo province? So that during the financial year, there should be a specific allocation of budget for them. Ke a dumela hore ke ba bantši ba e le gore no, ba nyaka thuso, ba e tlhoka. So coming to rural development, we are saying we need to create an SME stimulus package to resuscitate our rural and township economy and to counter the price war waged by small businesses owned by illegal foreign nationals against our people. Since these foreign-owned small business sell counterfeit and expired product to our people, as the government, we need to create the counter goods unit with our law enforcement agencies to deal exclusively with counter goods that are destroying our rural and township economy. We have to create
1 minute left.
which must discourage big FMC so that we can compete with our small businesses at our villages, township, alternatively settle competition with their big buying powers. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Member. We will now request Honorable Marcel Maritz to take the podium. Honorable Maritz.
Yes.
Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Premier in absence, esteemed members of the Executive Council, the opposition leaders, and members of the House and guests. Honorable Speaker, in 2022, Honorable Premier Stan Matabata anticipated that the Boagomo chicken abattoir would generate 500 employment opportunities and was scheduled to commence operations in June of that year. Although they constructed by the department over a decade ago, the facility has yet to operate at full capacity. Premier Matabata described it as a state-of-the-art abattoir. However, 2 years later, it has become evident that additional investment is required for it to become operational. Will this facility resemble the Bredela citrus in the taxpayers will be required to permanently support struggling farms? Honorable Speaker, in the APP it was stated that the Bredela citrus will contribute immensely towards job creation and economic growth. However, the question arises as to how this will be achieved. Considering the substantial debt of 170 million, one must question the feasibility of attaining self-sufficiency. Although the department has been consistently investing resources, the operation has yet to regain its previous standard of excellence. Honorable Speaker, I would like to discuss, the significant concern of foot and mouth disease in our province. The allocation of 4.5 million for the GASP for the FMD program aimed at acquiring vaccines and medications is insufficient to effectively manage the outbreak. Unpredictability of such outbreaks is heightened by shortage of the border fences and those surrounding the Kruger National Park. Poachers frequently breach these barriers, allowing cattle in search of food and water to also cross over, leading to potential infection. When these infected animals return to their herds, they pose a risk of spreading the disease. It is imperative to develop a comprehensive strategy to address poaching, repair the fences and educate farmers. on the necessity of ensuring that their cattle have access to adequate food and water to prevent them from venturing into hazardous areas. I thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you so much for really managing our time. We'll now call Honorable Hel Marie from the Democratic Alliance. Today is a maiden speech.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Good morning, Honourable Speaker. The MECs present. I don't see the Premier, but I hope that she's well. The members of our House and also our guests. I hope there's some agricultural guests that is interested in what we have to say. Most of us, if not all, had something to eat this morning. Yeah? I hope and I wonder how many of us thanked our farmers for this privilege while we were eating. While massive advertising around food and eating in the world, most of us take food for granted. And there are so many outlets. It's everywhere. But not so long ago, during the devastating world wars that ravaged our planet, food was scarce. Those who are blessed with a long life will tell us of hunger, quotas, and how war can destroy everything. For me, the Department of Agriculture is the most precious department of all. The responsibility for us in this department, the Portfolio Committee included, is to honor those who have the guts, stubborn determination, everlasting optimism, and strong work ethic to make farming work. I recently met with the Wembe Livestock Forum members. They had many complaints, but not once did any of them say that they are going to quit. Not one. I spoke to farmers after the devastating disasters of black frost, who wiped out the potato-producing area of Limpopo, and you can be prepared, potatoes is going to get very expensive very soon. I saw farmers who looked at the black frost destroying mango trees, already full of flowers and the promise of fruit. And then I saw that they are already busy preparing the next land for planting. We can and must do more to show those brave farmers that we are on their side and that they appreciate and that we appreciate that we can eat, and everything we eat, everything is coming somewhere from a farm. Let's listen to the complaints of our farmers and take it seriously. Drought relief and the fact that there is little or no government assistance during natural disasters. Community property associations do not always utilize the land properly. And they gave us examples. They said to me, examples such as Ben Levin, Mahilaskop, and Skumasdal. Also, some CPAs don't use the land at all, while the farmers and their cattle is really in dire straits. More than that is if we can allocate the CPAs to our farmers, that can bring in valuable revenue. Maybe the CPAs must start looking into that. We have very good farmers, and they can really bring valuable revenue to the CPAs. Veld fires cause massive problems, and you remember now in Zanin and the Makado area, MEC Radzilani, maybe you are aware of it, caused really devastation. So our farmers ask for assistance so that they can actually fight these veld fires, because we all know disaster management is a problem. Our municipalities just cannot fight every single fire that is there. It's impossible. And also they ask that they need training for themselves and their workers in firefighting techniques. Farmers ask for the enforcement of the red line to keep foot and mouth out of the area. Markets and auction pens must be created in red zones, because remember, there are farmers behind the red zone. And somehow we must assist them so that they must also be able to trade. Now what they do now, because that is not working, they bring the cattle in this side, and then we have a foot and mouth disease outbreak. So let's look at that and see how we can assist the farmers beyond the red line. Poaching with dogs and snares is a big problem, and stock theft left farmers devastating. And the irony of this all is that the SPCA do not follow up. One of the farmers said, "We saw the person who have killed my cow. I saw the person walking there." And when I asked the police said, "Now you follow them." We cannot have that. So we ask our MEC, please, we need to discuss with the police how we can solve this big issue of stock theft and help our farmers that we can combat that. The many programs to assist farmers must be evaluated for sustainability. It is imperative that a list of all support to all farmers the past 5 years be done, and the amount of money spent with an evaluation of the effectiveness of the departmental programs. We cannot continue to do what we have done for the past 30 years and expect different results. It is now time to use our resources wisely. The department must show accountability for taxpayers' money spent, and recipients must show that they can take the responsibility to become successful producing farmers.
1 minute left.
Revitalization of irrigation schemes is futile if the reasons why the projects fail in the first place are not dealt with. The DA is determined to do thorough oversight and to make sure that each cent spent is used to create successful farming enterprises. The department must set a target of how many successful farmers can be added to existing farmers annually, not just how many people are supported. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you so much. We really appreciate. We'll now move to the EFF. On the list, it's Malimela Dumisani, but I'm not sure if it's Honorable Molapo or Malimela. We can just
Speaker, greetings to the members in the House. Greetings to
just
the leader.
indicate the name so that we are able to record
Oh,
properly.
it's Honorable Baloy.
Baloy, okay.
Yes.
You're welcome, Honorable Member. Your 7 minutes starts now.
Yeah, greetings to the leader of Progressive, Commissioner Paul. Honorable Speaker, the EFF rejects this budget because it's not radical or progressive enough to change the life of our people. Budget increases have become just an annual ritual and malicious compliance because there is nothing progressive on this ground to show for it. Service delivery is a low point despite the fact that budgets are being allocated on annual basis. Honorable Speaker, the Onitsha tomato plant in Tzaneen remain the elephant in the room for the department. Where is the forensics report for this project? And can the MEC respond to this matter and take the people of Limpopo into confidence that justice has been served for this issue? The EFF is disappointed that the government is not buying from the smallholder producer in order to empower them and grow their business. Prison and hospital food should be bought from shareholder producer. The EFF government will strictly produce only 100% local producer food. We will build and support fresh produce market for access by small-scale food producer, with the minimum of 50% access by women and the youth. How many agriculture projects, which include livestock, water infrastructure, aiming as long-term solution for the drought mitigation, rehabilitation, and recovery purpose did the department support during the 2023-24 financial year? Majority of irrigation project has collapsed under the watch eye of the ANC government. Nothing has been done to resuscitate them. This project has not been assisted by our people in any way since they have been introduced. Infrastructure, including pipe, have been stolen on site, which is a complete waste of money. The Elanskral irrigation scheme is one of the projects that have collapsed under the watch eyes of the ANC government. We are being told that there is notable progress in the relation for the 4 irrigation scheme through revitalization of the infrastructure development, and yet there's nothing concrete on the ground to prove for this. Honorable Speaker, the department lacks coherence and radical strategy to create jobs for youth and people with disability. All they do is to abuse EPWP during the recruitment process to hire ANC youth, deliberately excluding people that have different political view, and that must come to an end. And therefore, because of this bias and nepotism investment of job, Reduction of poverty and tackleness of the cost of living remain a challenge. Conditional grants are abused and not being used to bridge the gap of unemployment through the creation of real work opportunity and training, and note this institutional program arrange we see every day. How many black emerging farmers have been supported during the 2023-2024 financial year, and that progress have they made since then? How many extension officers have been recruited during the 2023-2024 financial year? Because part of the support will be to hire extension officer to give farmer support on site. How many smallholder producer substances farmer have been supported the last financial year? The EFF government will lead the massive program of food production by ensuring that all arable land in South Africa is placed under production. We will do that after we implement our first cardinal pillar, which is appropriation of land without compensation in 2029. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Baloi, for managing our time. We'll now call the chair of the committee, Honorable Bella Constance Ramadi Major. Malibongwe. Your 10 minutes start now, Honorable Chair.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Members of Legislature and esteemed guests, I rise today to express my unwavering support for the budget presented by the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development. This budget, Honorable Speaker, is a testament of our governance commitment to revitalizing the agricultural sector and ensuring food security for our province. It is a budget that not only addresses the immediate needs of our farmers, but also lays the groundwork for sustainable growth and development in the years to come. Honorable Speaker, initiatives outlined in this budget, such as the reopening of the Limpopo chicken abattoir and the broiler house assessment program, are commendable. These projects will not only create jobs, but only enhance businesses opportunities for local farmers. Honorable MEC, it now common cause that the opening of the abattoir has been on the agenda for years now. As the ANC, we are confident that 2024-25 financially will be the year in which these projects are finally operationalized and start benefiting the people of Limpopo. ANC welcomes the allocation of 125 million for sustainable resource management, and this demonstrates the department's dedication to long-term agricultural practices and infrastructure development. This commitment to sustainability is crucial as we face the challenges of climate change and the need to preserve our natural resources for future generations. The reopening of the Limpopo chicken abattoir is a particularly noteworthy initiative. This project will not only provide a much-needed boost to the local economy, but also to create at least 1,000 jobs. The broiler houses assessment program, which has already been carried out within a 100-kilometer radius of the abattoir, will further support this initiative by ensuring that existing broilers are refurbished to full functionality. This comprehensive approach to revitalizing the provincial poultry industry is a clear indication of our government's commitment to supporting
local farmers and creating sustainable business opportunities. We commend the department for allocating 759 million to support smallholder and subsistence farmers in the province. And we see this as a crucial step forwards empowering our local communities. By providing technical and advisory services, infrastructure, and training, the department ensures that our farmers have the tools they need to succeed. The success stories of individuals like Lady Ramwadi and Tumisho Mwape are shining examples of what can be achieved with the right support. Lady Ramwadi, a backyard vegetable and a broiler producer from Rasokgopo in Mopani district, is feeding a family with the produce from her garden. Tumisho Mwape, a graduate of Seheri Oppenheim Agricultural High School, has gone on to become a professional engineer and the brain behind the Ratlagane Table Grapes project, Honorable Kupa. These stories are a testament to the transformation power of targeted support and investment in our farming communities. Honorable members, the support of smallholder and subsistence farmers is not just about providing financial assistance. It is about creating an enabling environment for those farmers to thrive. This includes providing access to markets, technical training, and infrastructure development. By investing in this area, the department is ensuring that our farmers can compete on a level playing field and contribute to the overall growth of our agricultural sector. Honorable Speaker, while we celebrate these achievements, we must also acknowledge the challenges that lie ahead.
2 minutes left.
Issues such as land degradation, climate change, and the recent black forest and felt fires required urgent attention. I implore the government to work millions to combat soil erosion, and the efforts to mobilize additional resources through partnership with UN agencies are steps in the right direction. However, we must continue with its stakeholders by taking proactive measures to mitigate their impact on our agricultural sector. The recent Black Forest fire have had a devastating impact on our farmers, and it is crucial that the department provides the necessary support to help them recover. This includes not only financial assistance, but also technical support and training to help farmers implement best practice of disaster management and recovery. Honorable Speaker, ANC welcomes Sustainable Resource Management Program allocated 125 million for the 2024-25 financial year, remains the cornerstone of agriculture practices. This program is about caring for the very soil agriculture derived from the provision of infrastructure to support farming activities. We commend the department for investing in infrastructure projects, and the department will implement 54 agricultural projects, including livestock water rehabilitation and recovery process within the province. In 2024-25, a total of 36 irrigation projects will be implemented, benefiting 257 smallholder producers with an injection of 100 million and creating 603 temporary jobs opportunity. And honorable members, as the ANC, we welcome the development of the Magalachan irrigation scheme infrastructure, which is now 100% complete with 40 hectares planted with cotton, which is a prime example of the success of the department's sustainable resource management efforts. Honorable Speaker, because of the time, next time you must increase the time, and thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Of the Portfolio Committee, Mekupa. We shall now call upon the Honorable MEC of Agriculture as represented by Honorable MEC Mashego to respond on behalf of the MEC Mena Kedikekana, who is out today due to work commitments. Yeah, Honorable Mashego, responding on behalf of the MEC Kekan.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. As the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development in Limpopo, we remain indeed, as the Honorable Minister said, that we remain the cornerstone of the economy. So it is important for every one of us here to support the department in ensuring that we change the norm of agriculture and start making agriculture a lifestyle. Because indeed it's true that when we ask a question, now have you eaten today? If the answer is yes, then we know that you should thank the farmer. So it's very much important that we support and ensure that we develop them. As the department, we support and we will continue to empower our farmers through the Farmers Support and Development Program. And as honorable members of the Portfolio Committee has came here and brought the comments and inputs, indeed they are copied and will be reported to the MEC of Agriculture. The department, with its mission, will continue to promote economic growth and food security through its sustainable agricultural and entrepreneurship development, ensuring that by doing that, we will not only be assisting in terms of food security, but also will be fighting the issue of poverty and unemployment. So, Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, as the Department of Agriculture, we remain committed to ensuring that all the support that is needed for our farmers will be there, and also we will ensure that the schools that are receiving the basic training for agriculture, we expand them, because where I come from, in the language that we speak at Denelton, meaning we must ensure that we train them at the early stage, or when they grow up, they know that agriculture is a way of life. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC Mashego, for responding on behalf of MEC Nakedi Kekana for Department of Agriculture. We now proceed to 7.1.4, consideration and adoption of the following report of Portfolio Committee of Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure Committee Chairperson. Committee Chairperson Ibu Katuchero Johnny Nechefefe, Honorable.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity, and the entire August House. Madam Speaker, the Portfolio Committee on Public Works, Road and Infrastructure held a meeting with the Department of Public Works, Road and Infrastructure, inclusive of RAL, to scrutinize and interrogate the 2024-2025 annual performance plans and the budget. In light of that, Honorable Speaker, I hereby table the report of the Portfolio Committee on Public Works, Road and Infrastructure, and RAL 2024-2025 APPs and budget for consideration and adoption by this August House. So I move, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you so much, the Honorable the Chair. Can we call for the seconder for the move of the report? Honorable Mdaka.
Nakhensa manana xipikara mina Falaza Mdaka ni yimele ku seketela xiboxo ke hi Honorable Kaduchero Lechipepe. Nakhensa.
Ikensile Tatani Mdaka for seconding for the report. We shall now refer to the speakers list. The first person who's opening the debate, it's Honorable Machomane Makua Asnat. The The debate is 2024-2025 Annual Performance Plan and Budget for the Department of Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure, 2024-2025 Annual Performance Plan and Budget for Road Agency Limpopo, Honorable Majomane Asnat. It's opening the debate. Your 10 minutes, Madam, starts now.
Thank you, Madam Honorable Speaker. The Speakership, the Honorable Premier in her absentia, the Chief Whip, and members of the WIPARI, members of the Executive Councils, MECs, Honorable members of the August House, ladies and gentlemen, comrades and friends of our opposition parties. Khotso. The country is moving towards the closure of the Women's Month, August. It is always during this month that we pause and pay a special tribute to the more than 2,000 women of our country who marched to the Union buildings on the 9th of August 1956 in protest against the extension of past laws to women. Our heroines, the likes of Mama Charlotte Maxeke, Albertina Sizulu, Madinoge, Lillian Goi, and Mem Lydia Komabe, and etc. Madam Speaker, this was the beginning of the struggle, with women at the forefront against the triple challenges of unemployment, poverty, and equality. Today, we are reminded that the struggle continues. Despite much progress since the historic Women March to the Union buildings, a symbol of apartheid at that time, our people, majority of whom are women, continue to experience lack of infrastructure or poor infrastructure. There are several factors that contribute to lack of poor infrastructure. They include lack of or shortage of funds, insufficient provision of development resources, corruption, as well as poor repair and maintenance. The hardest hit by poor or lack of infrastructure are the women, children, and the disabled. Also feeling the impact of poor infrastructure are learners and teachers who have to endure the large part of their daily lives using pit toilets and other damaged school infrastructure. Poor or lack of proper infrastructure in schools, for an example, not only affect academic performance, but also infringe on the right of education. It is also infringe on the rights to safety and health of both learners and teachers. The Department of Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure, through its Infrastructure Operation Directorate, should ensure that it build adequate capacity to render its infrastructure management mandated efficiently for the Department of Education, Health, and all other client departments. We call upon the department to take its rightful place as the custodian of all provincial assets and implementation agent of choice in the province. We note that due to the capacity challenges, an interim measures was implemented through the Infrastructure Technical Committee resources units to allow the Department of Health and Education to implement their own infrastructure projects. This was a temporary arrangement. The department has increased its capability and is ready to execute its mandate in this regard. Let us give it space and necessary support. Madam Speaker, we suggest that, where permissible, the capacity that the two departments assemble under the Infrastructure Technical Committee resource units be placed at the disposal of the Department of Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure to benefit the entire government and the people of the province. We welcome the conclusion of the Service Delivery Agreements, SDA, between Client Department and the Department of Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure, DPWRI. These agreements regulate the relationship between all parties insofar as infrastructure implementation is concerned, outline roles and responsibility as well as deliverables. We believe that aspects of payment of services provider for undisputes, invoices for contractor, regulated by the SDA would also be addressed by the framework. We know that client departments often take time to pay contractors, even when their invoices are not in dispute. This is not in line with the imperative of paying suppliers within 30 days for undisputed invoices. We heartily appreciate the strides that the department has made to improve social infrastructure such as schools, clinics, and libraries, having completed 579 classrooms, 3 health facilities, and 10 Department of Sports, Arts, Gents, Culture facilities respectively. It is our firm view that more can still be done in this regard. Honorable Madam Speaker, at an administrative level, it is an indictment on our part that 30 years into democracy, out of 44 posts within the Senior Management Services SMS level, women occupy only 30. Madam Speaker, we must ensure that when we will fill the 6 vacant SMS positions, we deliberately target women. We must promote a culture of meritocracy and more rigorous selection processes within the department. All vacant, advertised, and funded posts must be filled transparently and with competent and qualified individuals that will help to professionalize public services. This will help to restore and improve the legitimacy of the public services and respect of our institutions as they regain and proclaim their ability to do their jobs. It is reality that must be acknowledged by everybody that women of our society are gradually and progressively getting tired of their chauvinistic patriarchy that permanents races and ethics groups. They are often more educated than their male counterparts, so they can no longer be pushed into the peripheral as drawers of water, heaver of wood. The women of our country are active agents of change and transformation. Madam Speaker, with regard to the construction
2 minutes
of offices of Mahoshi, it is time that we prioritize those of women senior traditional leaders, Mahoshi Gadiarin. If they are not there yet, we urge the department and the broader government to develop plans to realize this noble cause during a debate of their report of the Portfolio Committee on Cooperative Government, Human Settlement, and Traditional Affairs, COGSTA. Recently, the Honorable Makhabu Chemsipuru intimidated that Honorable Speaker, we heartily welcome and support the adoption of the 2024-2025 Annual Performance Plan, APPS, and budget of the Department of Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure, and the Road Agency, Limpopo, RAL. Kaona manjuao ke feta kere kgweding ye botse ya bomme bo maraga thetho ba khubetswane ba tjate. Let us not abuse our women. Ke dikotakotane dikota di šiankong re a le rata re ka se la abuse le lena basadi ba la abusang banna le a kwa ke sello kgweding ye go šetše matšatši a mararo a re ithobeleng re basadi ba sello ke a leboga madam.
Malibongwe. Thank you so much. We'll now proceed to Honorable Velile Jack. Honorable Cyril Jack.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. and my colleagues in the House. Speaker, don't be surprised that I don't have anything with me here. You mustn't think I'm intelligent. It's because of your minutes. They don't deserve me to have a speech. Speaker, one request, Speaker, that we have made to Public Works is that they must retain the EPWP work. It must be controlled by them. And if it needs be, people must apply. We must never give it back to the corrupt municipalities to be distributed by the corrupt councillors, because it will become a fiefdom of kingship of corruption. But if every child applies for that, it will assist in terms of reducing of jobs. Please, Public Works, take ownership of that part of EPWPs, because those councillors, you know, they even kill each other for EPWPs, and others, they go as far as Moria to drink water to retain them. But it's fine. Honorable Speaker, we requested to the department that we need the numbers of those farms that are being vandalized that belongs to Public Works, because a black child wants a farm to plant vegetables and do whatever other people are doing. And also the houses, Chair, that are being vandalized. Some of the houses are being occupied by employees of the same department without paying a cent. So we need the stats about those houses, and we must retain them back, because we still have military veterans that are neglected by your GNU party, who have no houses and places to sleep. And you are happy about that. You even go as far as clapping hands. And we want also to road agency, Honorable Speaker. Road agency has been doing wonderful work. It's just that your government has decided to make it a fiefdom of corruption. Some of you seated here, you are benefiting out of RAL, and then you come back and blame it for for committing without a budget. When you go for elections, you push them, promise this, promise that. When it comes the time for payment, you go back. My honorable, you must give road agency money to make good roads in the rural areas, not the making our people to sit on the gravel road for the end. We don't want the our cars are getting dirty when we go to villages.
Member.
Let me add with one. Kamala Wafazi.
Honorable Jack, it will be important that you write a speech, because our minutes are highly summarized, you are correct. But on an annual basis, we produce what we call a Hansard. Hansard is a document that records everything that every member say. So, and that Hansard, it's the record that remain in the legislature for the next generation to come. So we don't want your grandchildren to come. They want to see what their granddad was doing. And they say because there were no minutes. So I'm just indicating that everything is recorded properly. On an annual basis, we produce what we call Hansard. So that should not be the reason why there is no speech. So I will now move to the next person who's coming for the presentation. It's Honorable Helen Marie. Now that she has seen on her maiden speech, she will know how to manage a 5 minutes.
Thank you,
Your
Honorable
5 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, members of the Exco that is present, fellow members and guests. I would like to thank our MEC for attending the meeting of our Portfolio Committee with a large group of the department, the officials of the department. It shows his commitment to transparency, and I hope the MEC will maintain his willingness to share information or respond to questions moving forward. Further, I would like to thank the chair of our committee, Honorable Netsifefe, and the officials that make it all possible. It is really a very big work to run a portfolio committee. We are very thankful. The Department of Public Works is a very important department. The department can have a massive impact on creating an enabling infrastructure environment to facilitate economic opportunities for our citizens, and therefore the responsibility of the department is so much bigger. And for the sake of the people of Limpopo, it cannot fail. The department has allocated 5.272 billion for the current year, with 2.557 billion that goes to RAL, the Road Agency Limpopo. Speaker, it is indeed encouraging that so much effort is put in place to blade and re-gravel roads. A well-maintained gravel road is a valuable asset to local communities, and hopefully this project continue to make progress. A big concern is the impact of the mining trucks in our area. First, your main roads are weakened, and then the smaller roads that were built not to carry these massive trucks are going very badly. The R40 and now the R530 Mica Road is a very good example. It is urgent that our department start negotiations with the National Department of Transport to fix the rail system and get the mine trucks off the roads. The road from Messina through Aldes to Lepalale is damaged beyond belief by mining trucks. The road is now being maintained mostly by farmers. The question is whether our department will refund farmers for their input in the light of the court case, and I remind you of the judgment, Agri Eastern Cape and others versus MEC for the Department of Roads and Public Works and others, and what the impact will be of the department's finances. As in other departments, it is time that we consolidate our mandate. In terms of Section 25(1) of RAL Act, RAL is to perform all strategic planning with regard to the provincial road system, as well as design, construction, operation, management and rehabilitation of provincial roads, and is responsible for the financing of all those functions. There seems to be much confusion with regard to the role of the department, RAL, and also SANRAL, as you so eloquently informed me in the meeting. It is unclear where SANRAL gets its mandate to maintain provincial roads, such as the R40 and the R71. It also seems that the further 21 roads will be handed over to SANRAL. The question is, will the funding come for those roads, and who will maintain them, if it is indeed that it's transferred? We need a list of those roads and the reasons why it was seemingly transferred. Road users are also confused as the name or numbers allocated to roads differ. Hopefully there is a list of the names of numbers of the roads indicated by RAL and those that is actually on the road signs, because it is very difficult for all of us if we receive complaints to understand which road we are actually talking about. State-owned properties must be rented out to farmers for grazing. We know that our farmers in communal areas suffer greatly during drought times, and also just before the first summer rains, when there's really no grass. The department can increase revenue by renting the grazing out to these farmers and support our farmers in that way. And MEC may remind you that the farmers is willing to pay rent. They don't want it for free. A well-maintained and updated litigation register is imperative to assist in holding the department accountable for claims of damage. May we say that from the DA side, we cannot support this budget due to the finances in RAL at this stage, and we hope that this will be the last time that this is the case. Honourable Speaker, this is the beginning of the 7th administration. I am looking forward to working with our department in the spirit of the GNU to build a strong department and to create an enabling environment for infrastructure development, economic upliftment and growth. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Honourable Marie. We will now go to the EFF. Honourable Baloy.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Your 7 minutes starts now.
Honorable Speaker, there are more bad things in this department than good things, and therefore there is nothing to celebrate. Despite money being allocated to this department every financial year, infrastructure development continues to be a challenge. Nothing on the ground testimony to the fact that money has been allocated to improve the life of our people. Firstly, HOD of the department has been pegged at the Department of Coxstar, while no details are given as to why he has been removed from his position. RAL board has been dissolved. Why was the board dissolved? And does the RAL have a new board in place? And who constitutes the board? Previously, RAL board was dissolved twice, only to be constituted by the same people. This time around, we are watching you very closely. The recycling of people in the department, entities, municipalities, in the name of cater deployment is the primary reason why provincial government is collapsing. The government has no regard for quality and merit. All they do is to hire people on the bias of political loyalty. Why did it take 2 years for the department to terminate the EMS building that was supposed to take 1 year? The EMS officials are congested in one room in the government complex. You say that 7 traditional council projects has been completed in the last financial year. How many are still outstanding? Do they have the budget to implement? RAL needs a total of 2.8 billion to complete the prioritized Bermuda Road, 289 kilometers. Do they have the money? If yes, where are they going to start to implement? RAL needs a total of 3.9 billion to fund the pavement of the road categorized as a prioritized political commitment, 397 kilometers. Do you have this money to implement the road infrastructure backlog in the department? If not, why? Do they have the budget? If yes, when are they implementing? RAL also need 10 billion to finance prioritized road paving project of 1,004 kilometers. Do they have the budget? When are they implementing? I think we need answer to this one. Honorable Speaker, when are the Khere project conceptualized, and when did the department get money to buy this Khere? You need to answer this one, Honorable MEC. The EFF government will adopt the long-term funding framework for the infrastructure development and will explore different build, operate, and transfer model as means of infrastructure delivery, working with the community and private sector to build infrastructure through public-private partnership and the use of community bond. We will maximize use the infrastructure development and expansion as means of massive labor absorbing industrialization for the upstream and downstream sector. Furthermore, the EFF government will adopt the technology advancement to improve the sustainability and efficiency of infrastructure, implement intelligence infrastructure solution to improve the maintenance and management. We will establish the following state-owned company to provide with strategic and financial support. What is the plan for the department to insource the government function, in particular the building of infrastructure projects like road bridge in the province? I thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Member, for managing my time. You were still well on your time. Can we now request the Honorable Chair to close the debate? Who cut to chair on HPF? The Chipinga Chao Vala debate. You are 10 minutes, that's now.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity. Greetings to the Chief Whip of the ruling party and the leader of the official opposition. members of the executive committee present here, the chairs of the portfolio committees, as well as our distinguished guests. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Honorable Speaker, let me take this opportunity to start by greeting the August House, and in particular, women members of this 7th Limpopo Legislature. As the Women's Month draws to a close, let us celebrate the beautiful mothers, sisters, grandmothers, and daughters of our land. We do this to remind ourselves of the journey traversed towards full women emancipation. This is indeed a historic month. We stem from the organizing efforts of women in August 1956. Madam Speaker, the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure's capacity and ability to implement policies and programs to deliver social infrastructure such as schools, health facilities, libraries, administrative buildings, and the economic infrastructure in the form of roads and bridges is predicated on several factors like educated, skilled, experienced, committed public servants who are stemmed and embedded in the ethos of public service employees. These are the people who work in a transparent and accountable political system in which public representatives lead by example. Madam Speaker, it has been a year and a half since the annual head of the Department of Public Works, Road and Infrastructure was put under professional assessment. His contract of employment even expired while under assessment. To date, the post has not been filled, let alone been advertised. And I must indicate that inability to fill this important position of responsibility quickly is leading to erosion of capacity and a decline in public trust in the department. The same can be said about the road agency, Limpopo, which coincidentally has serious leadership challenges. Its operations are overseen by an interim board. Lack of stability at senior leadership level of any institution is a recipe for gross maladministration, poor accountability, and corruption. So these risk commissions do not encourage accountability, but rather worsen these negative practices, including mismanagement of funds, fruitless, wasteful expenditure, employment and procurement irregularities, dereliction of duty, and floating of processes. The worst form of mismanagement bedeviling our department took place in its agency, the road agency, where overcommitments totaling 335 million were made. The member of the executive committee is as well concerned that this could be underestimated. We share his concerns as the portfolio committee. Sadly, this happened when the agency had a fully fledged board of directors. We urge the relevant authorities to speed up processes of installing permanent leadership in the department and its agency. We must engage in concerted, sustained, multiple-level efforts to reverse the erosion of capacity and confidence in our institutions. Madam Speaker, leadership stability at the highest echelon of the Department of RAL is directly linked to provision of adequate social and economic infrastructure. To take roads as an example, our people are facing the longest commuting distances. Most of them are living in the poorest household and therefore live far away from centers of economic activity. They carry the largest burden of transport costs using gravel or unpaved roads. This is brewing a deep sense of injustice and resentment, which blows up into frequent public violent protests. These forms of protest are considered by our communities to be the most effective way of getting government attention. So we urgently need better rules for our people in this province. It is quite disturbing that in the current financial year, only 40 kilometers of roads will be paved, costing a whopping of 400 million. More disturbing is the fact that it costs a staggering 10 million to pave 1 kilometer of road. One really wonders how much is needed to pave the approximately 13,250 kilometers of gravel and paved roads in the province. However, Madam Speaker, we welcome the Kherekhere Wednesday initiative that was unveiled by the department. We hope that through this initiative, the department will be able to regrade or blade most of the gravel roads so that they are drivable. We should confirm as the portfolio committee that we really appreciate this initiative because it is meant to expedite the service delivery program to make sure that our people will be able to have access roads to connect them with other communities. Indeed, we do appreciate. Still on the Kherekhere Wednesday, the issue, as presented by the department and confirmed by the MEC, the resources for the Kherekhere, they are using, in-house, it's internally. It's just a matter of, utilizing the machinery that was accumulating dust.
2 minutes left.
To make sure that we expedite this program. So it is an initiative that needs to be uploaded. In April this year, 2024, the country celebrated 20 years of the launch of the Expanded Public Works Program and unveiled phase 5 of the initiative. This program is one of the policy instruments at the disposal of government to tackle unemployment and reduce poverty. Sadly, the program is beset with allegations of nepotism, favoritism, bribery, corruption, and cronyism. And the public confidence in the ability of leaders to reverse the situation is almost non-existent. We must improve on the quality of work and on the quality of work experience acquired and the quality of service delivery to the beneficial communities. Madam Speaker, government is losing a lot of revenue due to rampant hijacking government property by a network of mafias operating across the province, with Bembe and the Mopani district being the hotspot. We hope that Operation We Satundu Zambuso will put a stop at this practice. We are looking forward to the conclusion of forensic investigation that has been commissioned to unravel this practice. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, we as the Portfolio Committee, we welcome the 2024-2025 annual performance plans and budget for the Department of Public Roads and Infrastructure and Road Agency Limpopo. We believe that through this management and implementation tools, we will turn the tide to ensure that we remain the biggest landlords in the province to keep our facilities and roads functional and properly maintained, to provide accommodation, professional and technical services to client departments in respect of building and the related infrastructure, to increase revenue generation and the collection of capacity through leasing of our properties, implement new EPWP initiatives, such as waste management and greening initiatives, and staff our institutions or capacitate our institutions with skilled and competent officials to deliver better life for all. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you so much. Rore Wangamanda, Mudzulachidulo va Public Works. We will now call upon, while I'm calling the MEC for Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure, Honorable Rachweni. He will be coming to the podium while the presiding officer will as well be coming to take over this session. And he will be presiding over 5.1.5 and 5.1.6. Then I will come back to take over at item 8. Dikgerekgere, lelo li change-ile. Zwithu zo shanduka. Swilo swi cincile.
No, thanks very much, Honorable Speaker. The Honorable Premier Absentia, members of Portfolio Committee on Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure, as chaired by Honorable Vo Katune Shifefe, esteemed members of the Executive Council, the Chief Whip of the ruling party, MPLs from the opposition benches, honorable members of the Legislature, let me greet you all. Honorable Speaker, our Honorable Premier, Dr. Popiramatua, delivered her State of the Province address where she was outright about the determination of the 7th administration to ensure that there is improved service delivery in the province. It is in her address where she outlined the plans of the provincial government, supported by all the members of the Executive Council. We are in the 7th administration, which is anchored on priorities as outlined by the Premier in her State of the Province address, where she consistently articulated a vision of a province which we must all strive to build, a vision that must constitute our shared destiny that is building a modern, dynamic, and growing economy. Having listened to several speakers today, particularly those that are representing the African National Congress in Legislature, we can safely agree that the provincial government is determined to ensure that there are giant strides made in building massive infrastructure in the province. They raised several key issues, they raised several key service delivery issues that needs the special attention of the executive authority, as well as both the accounting officers of the department and its entity, Road Agency Limpopo. We are welcoming all the constructive comments that have been raised in good spirit, and by so doing, this will assist the department a great deal. It is in its effort to reclaim its mandate of being a leader in the provision and management of provincial government land, buildings, and road infrastructure. One other key issues that are causing us sleepless nights in the department is the manner in which we are dealing with our properties and the overcommitment by our entity, Road Agency Limpopo. It is my strong conviction that once we can resolve the acquired revenue on rentals, we will then be able to improve on how we handle our properties. I would like to take this opportunity and indicate to this august house that the department is currently finalizing the forensic investigation on these material findings. This will allow us to root out rental of our properties and the hijacking of our buildings by thugs. The department has also opened cases with the law enforcement agencies to also probe this matter. This thorny issue prompted the department to start a campaign to reclaim our properties, including buildings and land. The department will launch Operation Visa Tundu ya Mvuso, which will help us to claim back our property. This operation will be a jointly run initiative by the Department of Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure, and the Transport and Community Safety Department, as led by Honorable Manana Violet Mate. In the spirit of empowering women, I commit before this house that our women will find expression as we deal with gender equity.
The fruits of our democracy compels us to do that, and we shall implement policy as expected. Tomorrow, I will be joining MEC Makamu as we hand over the newly built Rapahlelo Traditional Council offices. This is one of many strides that we are making to support Magoshi arena. On RAL, we are on the right track to stabilize the entity, and we have just appointed the accounting authority, Ntate Moses Tseli, while we are finalizing the appointment of the new board of directors. The interim accounting authority for RAL has been appointed in terms of Section 49, subsection 3 of the Public Finance Management Act of 1999. The interim accounting authority comes in after the previous board ceased to exist last month after 3 of the board members resigned, leaving the board not to form a quorum. Honorable Speaker, the department is also working hard in ensuring that all prestige buildings are kept clean and that the security is prioritized at those buildings. The challenge of water scarcity at the parliamentary village has been noted with concern, and the department is working tirelessly to attend to this matter. We are currently in the process of setting up or installing a water tanker at the parliamentary village to augment water supply at the facility. We have shown our commitment to serve the people of Limpopo with diligence in this 7th administration of government. We have moved with speed to ensure that our roads are drivable by placing graders and related machinery on gravel roads as part of the Khere Wednesday campaign. Others have referred to this as a tourist of yellow fleet, moving up and down on our roads. Well, this tourism, as referred to, has attracted interest from other forward-thinking servants of the people who want to adopt the same strategy to serve in their areas of deployment. We also appreciate the private-public partnership by the mines and the farmers' organization that are joining hands with us in building and maintaining our roads, as the road network of our province are playing an important role to enable socio-economic activities and the flow of goods. Our people in the province, strategic stakeholders, including our traditional leaders, have welcomed the initiative, and they even support our workers on the ground. It is now up to the honorable member of Zuma's MK party to wake up and smell the coffee. We have noted all the inputs that have been made by honorable members, and we commit that we will continue to work hand in hand with the portfolio committee as led by the honorable chairperson, Nechifef. We really appreciate the guidance and oversight carried out by these honorable members. This, as all of us in this house, we owe it to the people of Limpopo who have sent us to this house to come and represent them. As the ANC-led government, we remain resolute and determined in realizing the service delivery commitments that we have made to our people. We have made significant strides in improving the lives of our people, and we know that there is still more that needs to be done by this government of the people, the African National Congress-led government. All hands should be on the deck to give practical meaning of the commitment as previously announced by the Honorable Premier, Dr. Popiramatu. So in this note, let us grow our province together. I thank you.
Thanks very much, Honorable MEC for Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure, Tony Rachweni, to respond to the debates made by honorable members of this august House. Honorable members, if the Speaker and Deputy Speaker and the Chairperson of the Committee of Chairpersons and the Deputy Chairperson of Committees of chairpersons are all absent at the sitting of the House, the House must elect one of its members to act as a presiding officer at that sitting only. Yeah, it mustn't cause any confusion. So, honorable members, without much ado, ladies and gentlemen, with all powers vested in me, allow me to call upon the chairperson of Transport and Community Safety for consideration and adoption of the following reports of the Portfolio Committee. Thus, your 7.1.5.1 2024-25 financial year annual performance plan and budget for the Department of Transport and Community Safety. Honorable Machero Kediboni Lebeya.
Thank you, the Honorable the Speaker, and a blessed day to honorable members. The Honorable the Speaker, having met in a constitutionally constituted meeting of the Portfolio Committee of Transport and Community Safety, I hereby table in this August House 2024-2025 Annual Performance Plan and Budget for the Departments of Roads and Community Safety, Transport and Community Safety. I so move, the Honorable the Speaker.
Thanks very much. Any seconder, honorable members? Honorable Shai.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I, Sunny Boy Mpo Shai, Kiemela Mogo, support the 2024-2025 financial year APP and budget. Yelong representing Honorable Livia Gidbon. Thank you.
Thanks very much, honorable members. Honorable Chair, proceed.
Thank you very much, the Honorable the Speaker. I hereby table for consideration and adoption 2024-2025 Annual Performance Plan and Budget for Gateway Authority Airport Limited for consideration and adoption of this August House. Thank you, Speaker.
Thanks very much, honorable member.
Thank you, Honorable Acting Speaker. My name is Honorable Nempunguruni TC. I stand here to second the motion as presented by Comrade Livia Kribo. Honorable, sorry.
Thanks very much. I'm not acting, I'm the speaker. I'm the presiding officer, Honorable Mapop. Thanks very much. Let's now refer to the speakers list. Honorable Shai. I was second, the one you got over.
Speaker, Honorable Speaker and Deputy Speaker in absentia, members of the Executive Council, Chief Whip of the House, leaders of the opposition parties, ladies and gentlemen, Lenagar Khozo. The committee raised concerns regarding the operation of GAL. We proposed as the committee that GAL should ensure that organizational functionality and filling of critical posts are prioritized. The entity should develop a strategy on service quality and competitive advantage to improve services to attract more users and operators at the port. The entity should revisit the provincial freight strategy for review and keep it up to date to enhance supply chain efficiency, creating jobs and support to other industries. There should be regular maintenance of critical equipment inside and outside the aerodrome to meet SACA requirements. That should be a norm. The entity was established in 1995 with the view that as time goes on, it will be self-sustainable. Up to today, the entity is struggling to ensure that it generates revenue and create more jobs. The entity should not shy away from seeking help from the experts like AXA and other entities that are running an airport of this magnitude. What we would like to see as the portfolio committee is an entity that runs professionally and creates jobs. The entity has reported that there are new rules at Polokwane International Airport. As the committee, we welcome the report of the new roads, and we will conduct an oversight at the airport to satisfy ourselves as the committee. The committee is making a call to government officials, including MECs, to utilize the services of Polokwane International Airport so that everybody will have an interest in the services of the airport and also to generate profit for self-sustainability. GAL should ensure that the security at the airport is improved. Once you start increasing the routes with new airlines, the number of people coming to Polokwane is going to increase, and crime will also increase. The entity reported that one of its targets is to include the reinforcement of the perimeter intruder system and a fence as part of security measures. We are of the view that this target should be implemented as planned because it will assist in heightening security. During our interaction with the Department of Transport and Community Services, we observed that there were officials and bus companies that were defrauding the department. The officials and bus companies will claim kilometers that were not traveled and get paid by the department. The department must institute corrective measures against those officials and bus companies which have defrauded or misled the department into paying claims for the number of trips and kilometers that were fraudulently paid and ensure that all funds are recovered. The department should also intensify the road safety and education awareness and also conduct compliance and monitoring of the driver's license testing centers and registering authorities as well as vehicle testing stations. The committee observed that the department has reviewed its performance indicators under administration and incorporated additional indicators in line with the government priorities in the 7th administration. There were 5 indicators in the 2 previous financial years, 2022-2023 financial year, and 2023 and 2024 financial year, and now are increased to 9. Will the department be able to implement the additional targets in this financial year given that they used to have few targets? The targets that are added in relation to skills development, learnership, 100% compliance to e-disclosure on financial disclosure on financial interest, revenue collection, and ICT initiative implementation. The department must ensure that the target itself are implemented. We will work together with the department during our oversight role. During the interaction with the department, the committee was concerned that there are delays relating to the finalization of an integrated transport plans ITP in one local municipality. which are central in the introduction of new bus contracts. The new bus contracts were supposed to be introduced during the current financial year, and the department now intends to implement them in the 2025-2026 financial year. The department must explain to the House about the change of implementing the targets in this financial year to the 2025-2026 financial year. The committee raised a concern about the Toyando intermodal facility. The department highlighted legal challenges that is in court that befell the project over the years. It was further reported that the construction of the project was transferred to the Department of Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure, who then transferred the construction to Independent Development Trust to complete the project. The committee encouraged the department to make follow-ups with the Department of Public Works and the Independent Development Trust. We will work together with the department during our oversight to ensure that this project comes to completion. Honorable Speaker, the Portfolio Committee supports the adoption of both the budgets of the Department of Transport and Community Services and Gateway Airport Authority Limited. I thank you.
Thanks very much, Honorable Member, for observing time. Honorable Kobodi Dins Maila. You are allotted 3 minutes, if not allocated.
Yeah, thanks very much, Speaker, and all the honorable members of the House. On behalf of UAT, I would like to take this opportunity to present views based on the budget allocated for the Department of Transport and Community Safety. It is very interesting to hear that the new buses will be procured. This will be an efficient and excellent service in the Department of Transport. And therefore, community safety and community safety. But in terms of safety, we still need to pull up our socks as our people deserve to be protected. We have already paid the price for the criminals who are not beyond somebody's control. This arrogancy needs to be addressed. However, the department should employ more police officers who will be deployed into different stations. Who will be deployed into different stations in order to improve the service. As we zoom again into the issue of transport, we really appreciate the fact that GAL should be the company which will contribute significantly to the people who are going to use it. We are saying in the financial year, the airport should be upgraded to the level where we must have an airline that is from Polokwane to Durban or Cape Town. This kind of exercise will demonstrate the seriousness for improving the lives of the people of Limpopo. Thanks.
Thanks very much, Honorable Member, for observing time. Honorable Maritz. Three minutes allocated to your good self.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Premier, all honorable members and esteemed guests. Honorable Speaker, we remain optimistic that 150 traffic learnership scheduled for training from January to December 24 will successfully complete their programs, with the expectation that the department will subsequently integrate all 150 individuals into its workforce. The dangerous condition of our roadways is intensified by the actions of impaired drivers who unfortunately take the lives of innocent individuals nearly every day across different regions of the province. It is alarming that traffic enforcement personnel are rarely seen on the busier roads, rather than tend to be positioned at intersections with little traffic, while nearby individuals are frequently ignoring red lights and surpassing speed limits. Honourable Speaker, the Limpopo government appears to be struggling in its efforts to combat taxi-related violence, as evidenced by a recent incident in the Boahomu, where both of the passengers and the driver were tragically murdered just a week ago. It is imperative for the department to reclaim its authority and take decisive action to address this escalating issue. It was previously stated that certain agreements had been established and that lasting solutions were implemented. However, what exactly are these lasting solutions? Periodically, there is a spike in violence involving taxis, which must be addressed to guarantee the safety of passengers and other individuals on the road. Honourable Speaker, the Honourable MEC acknowledged the APP that GAL has been plagued by mismanagement and corruption for the past 30 years, which has hindered its ability to achieve self-sustainability and has placed a significant financial strain on the department. In response, the department is currently working to support the entity in implementing a revenue enhancement strategy as part of a broader effort. To facilitate its turnaround and future self-sufficiency, however, one most question what will be different now, given that these issues have persisted for 3 decades without substantial changes. It is likely that this entity will continue to impose a financial burden, diverting resources that could be more effectively utilized for the benefit of our province residents. Honourable Speaker, the residents of our province are required to embrace cost-cutting measures that will impact the delivery of services related to transportation projects, potentially leading to the discontinuation of reduction of initiatives such as the Gihani Intermodal Facility and newly structured bus subsidy contracts. Consequently, these bus subsidies contracts may be scaled back or eliminated, advisedly affected the most vulnerable population in our province. While GAL received a financial boost that's almost double of last year. Budget
your
of
minutes, Honourable Member, as you conclude.
Yes, I'm finished.
You have exhausted your
Okay, I'm
minutes,
finished. Okay,
your
thank you.
allocated minutes, yeah.
After 3 decades, the underperformance still stays a big challenge. I thank you.
Thanks, Honourable Member Maritz. Let me call upon Honourable Member Helen Marie. You are allocated 5 minutes.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, members of the Executive, Honourable members of the House, our guests. The department is charged with a mandate of coordinating public transport operations, promote road safety, supervise police functions in the province, and overseeing and managing the Gateway Airport Authority Limited, better known as GAL. This is indeed a mouthful, and it will require much dedication and commitment from the department and indeed from the oversight function of the committee. Our chair, Honourable Labia, sets the tone, and I am confident that this committee will fulfill our mandate. One of the burning issues is the roadworthiness of vehicles. Too often, traffic officers focus on speed violations, while vehicles without number plates and other defaults must be investigated. And we must also make sure that when there are number plates that is not in place, whether this relates to crime in the area. As far as buses are concerned, the department must urgently look at the capacity of G&T to manage its budget and maintain its buses, and overloading, especially in the afternoon, it's a problem. The road networks are critical for communities to enhance economic, educational and social activities, and we can no longer allow G&T to not meet their obligations. I am grateful for the emphasis on violent crime against women and children, but more must be done. Victim empowerment centers and safe houses must be actively promoted. According to the former Minister of Police in a parliamentary reply in May 2024, 68.75% of dockets stolen from the SAP stations were open cases of rape and sexual assault, all of them in Limpopo, raising serious questions about the effectiveness of docket management within the SAPS and the maintenance of docket safety. In addition, there is a shortage of 913 detectives in the province, which is 38%. The consequences of this shortage is dire. More dockets and longer hours for detectives and longer delays in the finalization of cases. Justice delayed is justice denied. The Police Secretariat must take up these challenges with National to ensure that our province does not become a playground for criminals. Violence and crime in rural areas, and especially on farms, need attention. Stock theft is out of control, and the SAPS do not even bother anymore to investigate cases, as it was related by the Wembe Livestock Forum members. Stock theft increased by 8.2% in the last reported quarter, to 7 to 9 reported incidents. The Court Watch program must continue, and it is important that the local community get involved. I was really surprised that Gauteng do not have such a program. So Limpopo here is setting the tone. That's really very good. Congratulations, that's wonderful. GAL remains an ongoing challenge. In the previous financial year, an amount of over 39 million was transferred to GAL, which was later adjusted to 77 million in the third quarter. From this adjusted budget, the entity was able to spend 56 million alone, underspending 20 million. The entity has obtained a qualified audit opinion, which was an improvement from a disclaimer obtained in the previous financial year. The committee expressed concern that for the past 5 years and beyond, the entity had failed to extract itself from the dire audit outcomes to an acceptable one. The majority of the personnel within the management echelons were in their acting capacities through plans were underway to fill these critical positions. GAL must first prove to be profitable and then grow into their ability to provide national and international travel services. May I remind our MEC that the Hoedspruit Eastgate Airport has now applied for an international license. So the question is, do we need the international license in Polokwane? GAL is not working. It's definitely not profitable. So maybe we must make sure that they focus on the areas that they actually generate revenue, and then we can go from there. I wish the department a successful 5-year term, and looking forward to participate in this important committee. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Honourable Member. Thanks very much. Let me call upon Honourable Member Balwe Tumani. 7 minutes is allocated. Yeah, 7 minutes start now.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the EFF rejected the budget because monies are being allocated to departments, including the Department of Transport, on annual basis, and yet service to the people continue to decrease at an alarming rate. Despite the allocation, our people continue to get inferior service, which is directed violation of their constitutional right. The question is that if this budget does not positively impact on the life of the people, where does the money go? Because surely this money does not return to the provincial fiscus. Does the department have a bus strategy for bus subsidized for viable network? Elevate the financial burden of people in the province commuting long distance for livelihood and to increase economic viability, vulnerable communities. The department is charged with responsibility to oversee and managing GAL, and yet entity has collapsed under the watchful eyes of the ANC government. Can the MEC furnish this house with the names of all board members of GAL and their qualifications? Does GAL have a turnaround strategy to resuscitate it to be in the position where they can full render the service to our people? Honorable Speaker, how many roads have subsidized in the last financial year, and how many subsidized trips were monitored in the last financial year? There are officials and bus companies which have defrauded and misled the department into paying claims for the number of kilometers and trips undertaken. Did the department apply consequences management? And did the department recover the money from the implicated officials and bus services? If not, why up until this time? The EFF is worried about the number of women traffic officers employed by the department, which led us to this question of the total number of traffic officers in the province. How many are males and how many are females? The non-completion of Tondo Immodal facility is a long-standing matter. Site visit after site visit were conducted to this facility, and yet no progress has been made or has been recorded in this regard. What happened to the budget for this project, and why has the project has been stagnated for such a long time? Honorable Speaker, the department is seriously challenged by the lack of resources at police station level. The police officers at our police station do not have tools of trade, and this matter has gravely lowered the morale of the police stations. The Tondo police station, which is within the area where it was declared as one of the hottest crime spots in South Africa, does not have resources. The police do not have enough vehicles for visibility and to arrest criminals. How many people with disability do you have in the highest management position of the department, and how many have you hired in the last financial year? Honorable Speaker, how far is the department with the implementation of the new bus contract, because there is no progress in this regard? The finalization of municipality ITP is an urgent matter. How far is it the department within the financial of this, finalization of this arrangement? I thank you, Honorable MEC. I'm sure Ms. Trin will need to respond to this question. Thank you.
Thanks very much. The clarion call that we make to honorable members as and when they debate here about what is the unintended implication of rejecting the budget is that the men and women in that department and all the manner of things that we are putting across for the MEC to attend, they mustn't happen. That's the implication. I just wanted to caution your good selves as and when you debate. Let me call upon
Your work is to run the meeting, not
the
to
chairperson,
do what we are saying there.
the chairperson of the portfolio committee. Order, Honorable Mapulo. Order, Honorable Mapulo. Over to you, Honorable Chairperson of the committee. You are allocated 10 minutes.
Thank you very much. In one of his writings, Samara Machel of Madragua, today's Chilembe, Gaza province of the People's Republic of Mozambique, tagged Mozambique sowing the seeds of the revolution, said, and I quote, "The liberation of women is a fundamental necessity for the revolution, the guarantee of its continuity, and a precondition of its victory." Honorable Speaker, members of the Executive Council, you are still here, honorable members of this August House, distinguished guests, and members of the media fraternity, locked on different live streaming channels, a divinely blessed day to you. Like our predecessor, the principal himself, Holwane Rudolph Phala would say, this debate takes place in the month of August, a significant month in the body politics of this country. And on that note, this debate is dedicated to one of the resilient, selfless, ethical, and accountable women of virtue to ever walk this side of heaven, May Joyce Mashamba. May Joyce Mashamba was an anti-apartheid activist with her husband, veteran Wom George. She was also imprisoned from 1977 to 1982 for running an underground ANC cell in Tefluop, the then Northern Transvaal. And in 1994, she was elected to the National Assembly, and in 1999, she was then elected to this Limpopo Legislature, where she briefly served as its Deputy Speaker from the year 2012 to 2013, where she spent the rest of her career. She served as an MEC in 6 different portfolios, including that of Safety, Security and Liaison, now known as Transport and Community Safety. With the exodus of the month of women warriors, queens and heroines, may her gentle soul continue to rest in eternal peace of our Lord Jesus and Savior. And as we are closing this Women's Month, we would like to send words of salutations and salutations to women in blue, brown, low and high heels at the Department of Transport and every other woman of this province at their different corners, the country, the diaspora, and the world. And we are saying to you, whatever challenges and setbacks we are going through, too shall pass. For our capacity and abilities knows no limits, and we are therefore just enough. Now back to business of the day. The Honorable the Speaker, in exercising our constitutional mandate, we took stock of the teachings of Meg Hillier when he said, and I quote, "Oversight is not an optional extra. It is essential to ensure that money is being spent wisely and appropriately." We then, as a committee, met with the department on the 22nd of August 2024 for a briefing on the APPs and budget for the financial years, including that of the entity Gateway Airport Authority Limited. And I must say, the Honorable the Speaker, as a committee, we were elated by extensive knowledge displayed and expressed by the department. Honorable Shai spoke very well with regards to ITP, Integrated Transport Plan of the department. On its successful conclusion with municipalities, the department will then be able to issue permits to taxi owners, and we believe this effort will put an end to an unfortunate scourge of taxi violence here in Polokwane and elsewhere in the province. Furthermore, the Portfolio Committee appreciates the work done by the department in terms of revenue collection in the previous financial year, Honorable MEC. We commend the department for collecting 828.060 million, which translates to 99.4% of their target. We encourage the department to work hard and to collect more because revenue collection contributes to huge budget allocation, which also contributes to service delivery. In noting the good work, we still are able to play an adequate oversight role. And Section 206 of the Constitution of the Republic mandates the department to oversee the efficiency of the police services. The Honorable MEC Mate has also reported that, and I quote, "The province has the best model and most functional community policing forums in the province. We have she said, we have CPFs in all 104 police stations. We condemn this mammoth task of appointing CPFs. The CPFs must be given a specialized training of dealing with this type of crimes and police focus on major crimes. On this note, I would like to send a special appreciation to a forum in Seshego by the name of SCACAC, which means Seshego Community Against Crime and Gangsterism, led by one Mr. Vincent Kunutu and Mr. Slight Mabocha, by selflessly giving their peace of mind, quality time with their better halves and children to the betterment of the community and its surroundings by all their crime prevention efforts. However, the department must work very hard, Honorable MEC, to ensure that the rate of GBV crimes are reduced. And one of the strategic areas that we at Hieli monitor is the establishment of victim empowerment centers in all police stations in the province. While we appreciate the centers that are up and running, we still believe that GBV strips you of your dignity. And if the victims are not protected by giving them a conducive place to lay their charges, that could impact catastrophically on the well-being of the victims. One of the thorny issues that we have seen when we met with your department, Honorable MEC, was with regards to the entity Gateway Airport Authority Limited. The airport must be able to fill all vacant positions. That is number one. The airport should aid the province in job creation. And one of the issues that we raise as a committee sharply is that the airport does not look like a very classy airport where travelers would want to go and travel from Polokwane and elsewhere. So that area should ideally be attended to, the Honorable MEC. And you further reported, Honorable MEC Mate, that there are 150 traffic officers, police trainees currently. They are supposed to complete their training in December 2024. One critical issue that would raise as a portfolio committee is that we are hoping that the department is going to absorb all these 150 officials as and when they are done with their training. And we believe that, Honorable Maritz, this effort will assist in visibility of traffic officers on the roads. Perhaps their comeback will also help in reducing road carnage while at the same time increase revenue in the department. The Honorable Speaker, taken from the words of one of the steadfast, tenacious and indomitable minds produced by the Congress movement, Gidibone Lebeya of the African National Congress, when she said, and I quote, "Where there's a plan, there's hope for tomorrow. And a great man that once walked this side of heaven, a great man from Guinea-Bissau and Cape Verde, a revolutionary and a thinker who taught us about honesty and a commitment to a struggle of truth and justice, rather than seeking easy victories through deceit or manipulation, when he said, and I quote, 'Tell no lies and claim no easy victories,' the great Amilcar Cabral." Honorable Helm is a clear example of what Albert Einstein made mention of when he said, and I quote, "Greatness is not measured by what a man or woman accomplishes, but by the opposition he or she has overcome to reach his or her goals." And I believe that Honorable Malloy, seated on my left, will also emulate what the committee seeks to achieve in assisting the department in adequately achieving its primary mandate. And in conclusion, the committee supports the adoption of the budget for the Department of Transport and Community Safety at 2610.612 billion and Gateway Airport Authority Limited at 127 million for the financial year 2024-25, and would therefore implore that the annual performance plans and budget for the department and entity GAL that is aimed at providing necessary services, that of transport, that of community safety, and that of air freight to the citizenry of Limpopo, move that it be adopted as a report of this august house. And thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Honorable Member, Chairperson of the committee. Next time when you quote Gidibone Lebeya, just say open quote, close quotes. Thanks very much. We shall now call upon the Honorable MEC for Transport and Community Safety, Honorable Susanna Mate, to respond to the debate made by honorable members. Over to you, Honorable MEC.
Thanks, Honorable Speaker, honorable members of the executive present here, honorable leaders of the opposition from my left, our HODs from different departments present here, members of the portfolio, chairpersons of the portfolio committee with special reference to my chairperson, Honorable Lebeya. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Honorable Speaker, I wanted to say, Madam Speaker, sorry. Honorable Speaker, allow me to take this opportunity to thank the portfolio committee members who participated in this debate this afternoon as a way of making us to work as the department. Thank you for that, honorable members. Honorable Speaker, let me, before I start with responding to all the comments and questions that were raised, indicate that as the provincial government, we have put measures in place to mitigate against the high traffic volumes ahead of the ZCC pilgrimage this weekend. We are expecting a few hundred vehicles on our roads because the Zion Christian Church will finally be opening its gates since the advent of the COVID-19 pandemic. However, Our efforts of promoting road safety continue to be undermined by human behavior on our road, as it was said by Honorable Maris. Just yesterday, I visited the accident scene that claimed the lives of 10 people in Makado from Zimbabwe. According to the report, the driver of the bus, which was traveling from Bulawayo to Johannesburg, was reportedly overspeeding. Our work is largely measured, honorable members, by the number of accidents that happens on our roads. We continue to employ superior traffic management and monitoring methodologies, and our roads count amongst the safest in the Republic. Tatana Baloyi, abakwana buti wa mina, our roads are counted the safest in the Republic of South Africa. Our road safety programs and law enforcement initiatives are inclined towards achieving the country's objectives of reducing road fatalities by 50% in 2030, as long as we live by the rules. Once you get into our roads, you must live by the rules. There are signs that are there, but what we have realized, some of the drivers can't differentiate between a speeding zone and where there is this issue of yield sign and even the traffic circles. These are the type of people that we're having as drivers in our country. Honorable Chairperson, we are worried with the increased trends of pedestrian fatalities. Though I'm saying we have to live by the rules, some of these people, they don't follow the rules, because they're sometimes happy to be on our beautiful roads, we don't know, but they don't follow them. We have made notable progress in bringing stability at the Gateway Airport. This was raised by Honorable Shai, followed by Honorable Maritz, and even Honorable Baloyi, to say, oh, even the chairperson said our airport doesn't look classy. I agree with all of you. We are confident that the entity is headed in the right direction by our Chief Finance Officer and our CEO, the newly appointed ones. You'll agree. GAL spent most of its time without these two. A position having been filled. During our engagement with the Portfolio Committee, we have demonstrated a keen commitment to help the entity to attain a state of self-sustainability. We have mandated the board to explore a number of ways through which the entity can be able to generate more funds and become more sustainable. We are in constant contact with other industry players with the view of increasing competition on the Polokwane to Johannesburg route, and also looking at increasing our footprint to other parts of the Republic. Someone, I don't want to mention the name that I used to call him, Moruti, said, it's not a sin to have a flight which can go to Durban. I'm sure it is possible to have direct flights between Polokwane and Cape Town or Durban, even if it is once per week. We shall be pondering our options on that front. We continue to assist municipalities with the development of the integrated transport plan to help them determine their public transport needs, but they are failing. For the period under review, we shall be finalizing the ITPs in Maruleng, and a process is underway to conclude the same process in the Blowback municipality. Honorable members, it should be noted that the inability by municipalities to conclude their ITPs has a huge bearing on how we disperse operating licenses for public transport operators. Honorable Moroti, as the department, we don't purchase buses. We give permits, we don't purchase. That issue of procurement or whatever for buses is under the debt, not us. We are also, because why am I saying this? Honorable members, we must be aware that once this, we call it a maze, it's up. It means whatever we're saying, standing in this podium, becomes a resolution of the House. So we're not going to allow a situation where resolutions will be turned into a lie, then they say we have lied one day. As long as this chippy, mezgra chippy and simbile, we must make sure that whatever comes from our mouth is true. We are also in an initial stage of rolling out a program to uplift the moratorium in the issuing of operating licenses within the taxi industries. I'm sure you have seen that our taxi drivers are happy. They were even dancing, wearing dresses during this August month, male ones. This is made possible due to the sustainable relationship with the representatives bodies of the taxi industry in the province. Where there are such eruptions, we continue to work closely with the taxi organizations and the South African police services to make sure that we contain them. Honorable Marais, we have the most effective system of community police and safety forums in our republic. Honorable Chairperson, and these people are being trained. The only thing that there is a saying which says, when you are asked to cook two things, a head of a person and a stone, some of the heads will not come up right. The stone will be the first to come up right when busy cooking. So that's the issue. Our CPFs and CP models are the envy of other provincial governments in the Republic. Honorable Jack. Through our constant monitoring on the work of the police, we have ensured that all the 104 police stations in the province have effected gender
As
deaths.
you conclude, Honorable
As I
MEC.
conclude, Honorable Speaker, let me take this opportunity to thank all the honorable members who participated in the debate of the annual performance plans and budget of Department of Transport and Community Safety. I want also to acknowledge all the comments made and all the directives that were directed to the department. I want also to assure this August House that all those will be all the comments will be investigated and also be implemented as per the directives given by the honorable members that debated in this portfolio committee in this department today. I thank you so much, Honorable Speaker.
Thanks very much. I nearly said, as and when you are cooking heads and stones, you must conclude.
I'm sure that head must be 30 years old.
Thanks very much, Honorable MEC. 7.1.6 on consideration and adoption of the following report of Oversight Mechanism. The committee chair, Maila Super, the Honorable Kennedy Chibase.
Honorable Speaker, honorable members, honorable MEC, I'm Honorable Midabato Prince Kennedy Chivase, hereby present the report of the Oversight Mechanism Committee for 2024-2025 Annual Performance Plan and budget for consideration and adoption by the August House. So I move.
Thanks very much, Honorable Member. Any seconder to the proposal for the adoption and consideration? Honorable Swopela.
Honorable Presiding Officer of today only. Ke le mohlomphegadi Sebopela ke ema go thekga le go amogela lenaneo tshepedišo ya ngwaga le palo ya mašeleng on oversight mechanism.
In Latin, they are saying mutantis, mutantis. I need not to be reminded. Thanks very much, Honorable Member. Let me call upon the speakers for the debate. Honorable Shimani Morris Matabore, you are allocated 10 minutes. You are allocated 10 minutes by the speaker for today only. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer, Honorable Monama, the Honorable Speaker, Member Koma Makurupeche, Honorable members of the Executive Council, the Honorable Chief Whip of the Legislature and the Deputy Chief Whip, the Chairperson of Committees, Honorable members present in the House, the Leader of the Opposition, the guests on the gallery, please receive my greetings. Presiding Officer, the Oversight Mechanism Committee provides and oversight functions over the performance activities of the Limpopo Legislature. The committee derives its mandate from the Financial Management of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act, and standing rules and orders of the legislature, as well as the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. The committee is empowered to conduct its oversight functions by Section 114 of the Constitution, which amplified by Section 4, subsection 3, and Section 4 of the Financial Rules and Orders of the Legislature. Section 4, subsection 3 of FAMPLA provides that an oversight mechanism may require the accounting officer or any other officials of Parliament to appear before it. While Section 4, subsection 4 states that the committee has the powers that other committees of Parliament have under Section 56 and 69 of the Constitution of the Republic. Honorable Speaker, allow me to start by congratulating the Limpopo Legislature for sustaining unqualified audit opinion without findings, which we normally call it a clean audit. It is a great achievement to sustain clean audit, and it's possible also to continue sustaining it as long as we have actually put systems in place and control measures in place. We want to appreciate the guidance and the efforts of the Oversight Mechanism Committee for steering the legislature to the proper direction of making sure that they get this unqualified audit opinion without findings. The Limpopo Legislature has 3 programs: 1, administration; 2, facility for members and political support; and 3, parliamentary services. The purpose of administration program is to provide strategic leadership and overall administration to the provincial legislature. This program is comprised of the following sub-programs: the Office of the Speaker, Office of the Secretary, Financial Management, Corporate Services, Internal Audit and Safety. The program was allocated its own budget of 173,208 million, which has decreased with 2% compared to an amount that was allocated in the previous financial year. Due to the population increase in the province over the past years, the Limpopo Legislature also increased the number of seats from 49 to 64. The committee raised a concern of the budget decrease on this program and will affect the plans and the functions of the legislature, considering that there has been an additional number of honorable members in this august house. Under this program, the legislature is expected to conduct numerous activities in line with capacitating honorable members of the 7th administration, They must be trained in order for them to properly discharge their mandate of oversight, public participation, and lawmaking as expected from them. On facilities for members and political party support, the purpose of this program is to provide for the payment of remuneration, claims of members, constituency allowances, and protocol services. For the 2024-25 financial year, this program was allocated an amount of 169.603 million, which has an increase of 14% more than the adjusted budget allocated of 2023-24 financial year. Of the total budget of 39.986 million is allocated for facilities for members and political parties, while 129.617 million is allocated to political party support services. The program has the following sub-programs, namely political support services, parliamentary exchange, and protocol. The allocated budget will be used to provide compensation of members of the legislature and support to political parties in the form of constituency allowances as well as protocol services. Considering that the program delivers the core mandate of the legislature, the committee is however concerned that the budget will not be sufficient enough to cover the training of political party staff, protocol and exchange services, and the Commonwealth parliamentary activities, as well as other activities that are part of this program. Of the allocated budget to political party support, the legislature plans to transfer 100% of funds to political parties by the end of the current financial year, with 25% funds transfer targeted for the first quarter of the financial year, and 75% transfer planned to be completed by the end of the second quarter. This target was achieved in the previous financial year. Parliamentary services. Honorable Speaker, the purpose of this program is to provide services related to the core business of the legislature, which is oversight, lawmaking, public participation, house proceedings, Hansard and language services. It has its sub-programs, which are library, record management, research services, committee services, house proceedings, and legal services. An amount of 132.103 million was allocated to this program for the 2024-25 financial year, which is more than the adjusted budget of 120.462 million in the 2023-24 financial year. From the total allocated of 110.103 million is allocated to compensation of employees, while 21.617 million goes to goods and services. The allocated budget will be used to provide services for the achievement of its core business mandated as indicated in strategic objectives and annual performance target. I then go to recommendations. Since there has been an increase in the number of seats from 49 to 69, there is a need for additional budget to accommodate salaries of additional members and enough accommodation, because the existing accommodation was only designed for 49 members. There are additional political parties now in the legislature, hence there is a need for additional vehicles for members, as well as fleet repairs and maintenance of those vehicles. Refurbishment of the legislature chamber in collaboration with Public Works Department must be done by the end of the first quarter of this financial year. Completion of the demarcation fence of the legislature. There is an erection of demarcation fence to clearly secure the precinct of legislature in line with the National Key Point Act. In conclusion, the presiding officer, we as the committee support the 2024-25 annual performance plan and the budget for Limpopo legislature. Thank you very much, Nyakenza.
Thanks very much, Honorable Member, for observing time and saving us time. Let me call upon Honorable Evelyn Rain Wilson. You are allocated 5 minutes, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Speaker, Acting Speaker, gentlemen in the hot seat. The day members accept their election to this House and stand before all to take their pledges or their oaths, they commit to the following: to protect the Constitution and all that it stands for. It is considered as one of the best constitutions in the world, and if adhered to in its entirety, what a wonderful country this would be. Furthermore, in taking a pledge or an oath in this House, you are aware and must be accepting that all acts and laws, and there are many of them, and all of them are the laws of this country in terms of the Constitution, must be respected, upheld, and adhered to. We cannot be seen as serious lawmakers in South Africa and yet take it upon ourselves to break or ignore these laws because it suits us, when it suits us. It was not we pledged or took an oath on when we were sworn in. When we take an oath to respect the Constitution and the laws, we must also therefore respect the law and the standing rules of this House. They form part of that. It applies to all of us. Portfolio meetings, House meetings, requirements for sittings, and appropriate quorums, debate and oversight are all covered in these regulations, Speaker. Oversight is not restricted to visiting facilities. It is proper and well-functioning committees, financial oversight, performance oversight, functioning of this House, and representatives of ourselves to our electorate. It must also look at and assess best practices at all spheres. If we are going to revert to tick boxing and protecting the political elite, you might as well throw away the rule book into a bin. They become absolutely irrelevant. The oaths taken in this House become mute, null, and void, and the province will regress into a cesspool of corruption and maladministration. I cannot speak for all in this House, but I took my oath seriously and will fight for the protection of all that the Constitution sought to protect. If we are not all on the same page, if we continue tick boxing, we are wasting taxpayers' money. I implore you, Speaker, let's bring credibility back to this House. And please, in conclusion, Speaker, this is a place of work. Can we please get our officers? Thank you.
Thanks very much, Honorable Wilson, also for saving us time. Thanks very much. Honorable members, the leader of the opposition, Honorable Mapolo. In future, when you are doing programming, the person who has been identified to come and speak must be the person, so that we are not incongruent with the standing rules and procedures of this House. The danger being that the person who is not a member of that particular committee might run the risk of saying something which has been properly processed in the committee or the standing committee. Over to you, Honorable Mapolo.
But thank you very much, Honorable Speaker of the day, not of the day, for 2 hours only. And my honorable colleagues and my premier in absentia, she shouldn't follow her predecessor of not sitting on the seat. The EFF is very much disappointed by the conduct and attitude of the current speaker toward members of the opposition, in particular of this hope of the people of South Africa, the EFF. She has taken a serious political posture through Eurocentric rules to undermine the Afrocentric culture in order to suffocate the EFF only because she wants to appease her political masters, the ANC. Honorable, what is the origin of these current practices in the House? Tokana ye ibe mopile akaye. Itwa kai. Manele munna waperi jasi ya musila. Where does it come from? We don't know these things. I'm an African. Let me teach you, Speaker. When you need to go along side by side with your ancestors, go to Chitagone. Come with the old lady here. Ota reta ubu magoma. Arbu magoma. Ota mamaila. Now you are so shy to call your mother, your grandmother to come and sing for you here and praise you. You are praised by this thing that we don't know. Please, let's not be suppressed in this house by imported culture which we don't know. And as the EFF, we are still going to fight all this imported culture that you are currently embracing. And you are suffocating your own culture. We will never allow the partisan and conflicted speaker to abuse her position to purge, intimidate and bully the EFF members. Never, not whilst we are still alive. We call upon the political parties to rise up also and defend democracy, because it's within the Bill of Rights that our cultures must be respected. And I'm very much touched because today women were fed to pigs. Those from Freedom Front and DA and other white parties are not mentioning that, because the life of a black woman is nothing during this August month. Never. You must feel ashamed for yourself, because in those farms, you are not producing them to feed the people. You are producing them to kill our people. That's what is happening in the farms. One of the things the chairperson of the Freedom Front was caught manufacturing 2 billion drugs. The reason we say we must expropriate these funds without a blink of an eye. I think the speaker in this house, you have to make sure that you choose between being a speaker and being the spokesperson or representing the ANC up here. You know, I'll remind you of one speaker in Australia. In one financial year, she booted more than 200 times. She booted members of the opposition. And it's what I see in you. I see a hatred in opposition parties. I don't see you. When I look at you, you don't look at me as your colleagues in the chamber, but you look at me as your enemy, and it's who you can suppress my ideas. She's turning the worst speaker of the legislature this province ever since the dawn of democracy. The speaker, she's irrational, emotional, and fails to comply her minds properly on issues. We were not elected by the speaker. We were elected by the people. I think don't please each other factional people of the ANC here. Don't please one another. We speak the truth here. We are not elected by the speaker, but elected by the masses of our people out there. And the sooner she deals with her chest pains,
Honorable
the
Mapolo,
better otherwise.
you are left
We
with,
appreciate
you are
I'm
left
still
with
looking
2
at my
minutes.
time here.
We are left with 2 minutes.
I'm looking at my time here.
We are
Yes.
left with 2 minutes.
We were not
You
elected
are
by you
keeping
as I
quiet.
debate.
They are disrupting him. You are busy telling him about time. Yeah,
We
it's so
One thing which
You
we
are quiet
appreciate
there.
is that you tried to play bubbles in terms of the rules here in the house. You failed. And we are going back to the rules committee to discuss when you come in, we must sit, because we are not in a class here. And we don't know which laws are we really abiding here. We must come and show us in the rule book when we are talking about that. Let's go to the rules committee so that we can resolve this matter once and for all. We are rocked also by allegation of irregular expenditure that is increased from 15,877 billion to 18,684 billion during the 2023 financial year. I think no one is accountable for this mess, because all of you, I think you have benefited from this kind of irregular expenditure. If you are not going to punish those that have led us to reach 18 billion will be certain that indeed ke Gamena Kawena. The officials are doing Gamena Kawena with you. And then, furthermore, we are deeply concerned that all the budget, that's GNU, this side I can see. Furthermore, we are deeply concerned that although budget are increasing every financial year, service delivery continue to decrease, with majority of our people disparate. And I think all of you seated in this house, we know what is happening. Don't bring audit opinions which are cooked. The service delivery
time is up,
nowhere.
honorable member.
And then lastly, oversight mechanism is radically failing to provide intervention and resolve challenges facing our communities. You, DA and Freedom Front, let us go and bury those women who were killed by picking up rotten food in one of the white agrarian farms. Please, don't kill our people.
Time is
Save
up,
our people.
honorable member. Thanks very much, honorable. Thanks very much, honorable Mapolo. You will educate us more about the modicum of the decorum and the presidium of the House when we have the workshop next week. Now we are discussing about the budget. Thanks very much, honorable member. Let me call upon Honorable Chivase as the chairperson of the Oversight Mechanism Committee.
Honorable Presiding Officer, Honorable Munama, Honorable Speaker, honorable members of the Legislature, honorable leaders of the opposition party, honorable Chief Whip, yes,
You are protected, honorable member.
Some of the honorable members, they did not attend the committee meeting because some of these issues, you must raise them in the committee meeting and you don't attend, which is not fair. It's not fair to us, it's not fair to democracy. Members of the Legislature, distinguished guests, Ndiabaresha. This month, which is true, because of you. I really want to this month because which is good. That's why we must respect women. Even at home, Chief Whip, even at home, sometimes we must say, Mwachaka, Wamakonta, Kodiako. There no one no. Honorable
You are
Speaker.
left with 7 minutes, honorable member.
Honorable Speaker, I want to quote Joe Dumans. He once said, coaches hold players accountable. On great teams, players hold players accountable. I stand before this August House today to say we can be a great team. The Speaker of the Limpopo Legislature Honorable Makurupecha tabled the report of annual performance plan and budget for 2024-2025 financial year. The Committee on Oversight Mechanism has considered inputs on what is expected from the Limpopo Legislature in order to achieve its plan goals and targets. Honorable Speaker, we are guided by section of the Financial Management of Parliament and Provincial Legislature Act of 2009. In compliance with this policy, the committee held a briefing session with the speakership of the legislature and supported by the administration. It is a privilege to present the findings and recommendations of the Oversight Mechanism Committee regarding the legislature, APP, and budget for the 2004-2005 financial year. The legislature has been allocated a top budget of 550 millions for the 2024-2025 financial year. This represents an 11.6% increase from the previous allocation. This increased allocation reflects an effort to meet the demands and objectives outlined in the APP for the upcoming year. The administration program has been allocated 173 million. It is crucial that the budget supports the empowerment of new members through comprehensive workshop training and induction programs. We urge the legislature to ensure these programs directly address its constitutional mandates and contribute to effective oversight, public participation, and lawmaking. We commend the induction committee efforts and will monitor its progress closely. Program 2, facility for members and political support staff, allocated 170 million. This program represents a 14% increase from the previous financial year allocation. The increase will support political parties represented in the legislature. Program 3, parliamentary services, with allocated 130 million. This program focuses on core services including oversight, lawmaking, public participation, and House proceedings. However, the committee, which poses a risk to information security, we recommend modernizing this system in the library and records services. Parliamentary village, the current state does not meet the standard of a national key point. We urge accelerated efforts for refurbishment and improvement. The halted demarcation project needs urgent attention to ensure compliance with the National Key Points Act. Legislative Chamber refurbishment. We hope for timely completion of the refurbishment of ensure smooth legislative operations. We encourage the legislature to address space constraints in boardrooms to facilitate public attendance at committee meetings. Recommendations. In light of these findings, the committee makes the following recommendations. Allocate additional budget for accommodation and vehicles due to the increase in the number of members. Complete the infrastructure project to comply with the National Key Point Act. Procure library and record system. Conclusion, Honorable Speaker, the Oversight Mechanism Committee has thoroughly viewed the APP and budget for the 2024-25 financial year. Honorable Speaker, as the chairperson of the Committee on Oversight Mechanism, I move for the consideration and adoption of the 2024-2025 APP and budget vote of the Limpopo Legislature as the official reports of this esteemed House. I so move. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Honorable Member Mailau Soup. Honorable members and the August House, one author called Henry Miller once said, "One's destination is never a place but a new way of seeing things." Close quotes. It is my honor and privilege, honorable members, in August House, to call upon the Honorable Speaker, who is not the root, Honorable Makurupeja, to respond to the debate made by the honorable members. Over to you.
I will join Mayor Seopela, says Faith, honorable member, to call you a presiding officer. And yeah, she's able to do it because Ugo Wipari. So I lose this, so now I might call it, and I don't know what will happen after the sitting. So anyway, thanks very much, presiding officer, for giving me the opportunity to respond to the observation made by honorable members. But before I respond, I'm just disappointed as a speaker because the presentation by the EFF firstly was irrelevant. It was irrelevant because they want to play the man, not the ball. It's irrelevant because the person who participated in the Oversight Committee meeting is Honorable Mulap, who unfortunately is not here. And Honorable Mabolo, go and tell him, or is a coward. He ran away from a woman. He's a coward. He can't speak and run away. He must wait for me to respond. You know why he's running away? Me and him were at the ranch. We worked together. He told me that he was going to be the new government. And I told him that he will not. So we're together reading the seats. Now he's still angry. He's still at the ranch counting results. So he must wait for 2029. 2029, yeah. He must wait for me until then. Now, unfortunately, he's still left at the ranch, and me and him were fighting go IEC PLC meeting. It's not a PLC meeting, it's the legislature. We're in government. Thanks very much, presiding officer, for giving me the opportunity to respond to the observations. Allow me to appreciate the comments and inputs and suggestions put forward by the chairperson, Bu Chivase, as well as the other members of the Oversight Committee mechanism. But I can indicate upfront that Honorable Matabore and the chair, the inputs you have given us were very valuable, as well from the inputs we got from the DA as well were very, very valuable. We really appreciate. We're just disappointed that the EFF decided not to focus on the discussion. Your oversight work contributes significantly to the improvement in the way resources are managed at the Limpopo Legislature. It further enabled us as the executive authority to account before this House on the decisions or actions we have taken when committing the legislature resources. the rules will be respected without fear or favor. So the EFF must agree that we have got the rules that has been adopted by this House. Those rules are going to be followed to the latter until we have another session where we change the rules. For now, the rules stands. Last week, we had a meeting with the Limpopo Office of the Auditor General, and they briefed us on the audit outcomes of the entire Limpopo provincial and local government. It is exciting to report before this August House that the Limpopo Legislature has obtained a clean audit in the financial year 2023-2024. This is the second clean audit we have obtained as an institution. I therefore take this opportunity to thank Honorable Malapo and Honorable Chitereke Matibe for really laying a good foundation, and we commit that we are not going to disappoint this seventh administration, because we are studying this seventh administration on a clean slate, and I'm happy that we are leading by example. As also alluded by honorable members, the Limpopo Legislature APP has not changed. Only the difference is that members of the Limpopo Legislature have increased from 49 in the 6th Parliament to 64 in the 7th Parliament. On that note, there's going to be a pressure, budget pressures. We have already started writing the motivation to the provincial treasury so that they can increase our budget even for the next financial year moving forward, because those financial implications are around member salaries, accommodation, capacity development programs, ICT requirements, transport, security, and the staff. And the DA, Mem Wilson, you are correct that we need to give you the offices, and the offices must be adequate enough to ensure that all political parties do their work without any disruption. Presiding officer, the chairperson of the chairperson of the standing committee as well spoke about the issue of the national key point. There as well, the other members spoke about the refurbishment of the chamber and the completion of the fence. This work is the work that we work together as it is done by the Department of Public Works. We've been having a number of sessions with the Public Works, and I can assure you that the MEC, Honorable Rachweni, has promised us that in a very short space of time, most of these things, including, we have raised the matter of maintenance. Because, for example, some of the lifts here don't have lights. There are many other issues relating to maintenance of the building of the legislature, including the space that we need at the parliamentary village so that we can have more meetings, because other members were even suggesting, why don't we have the public coming to observe our sittings? So it's something that we're looking at, working together with the Department of Public Works. As well, the accommodation of members, we know that is a temporary measure that is taking place. The MEC has already worked together with the MEC of Treasury. We were promised that in the next 24 months, they will be having a permanent accommodation for members. Budget allocation for program 3, which is parliamentary services program, which is the core business of the legislature. The mandate of the legislature in terms of oversight, lawmaking, and public participation is housed under this program. However, the program, other programs are enable us to for the mandate to be effectively executed. We concur with the committee that parliamentary services program should be adequately funded to enable oversight, site visits, study tours, capacity building for members, and public participation activities. We'll request funds during the budget adjustment to take the matter above. Presiding officer, I will not take much just to say we are humbly accepting what the committee is saying, and we have agreed with the committee that at least we have started on a very high note, and we're still going to have some sessions where we brief each other on other matters. And you know, the chairperson was saying, yeah, the speaker has arrived here and the deputy speaker, they say, we can call them any time of the day. And we're willing to be called any time of the day, Chair. As I conclude, I would like to thank the chairperson of the Oversight Mechanism, Bo Honorable Bochivase, Mediavatu Kennedy Prince, Iwe Maida Usubja, Iwe Chivasa Mediavatu, for ensuring that the legislature the legislature account to this before this August House. I as well want to take the opportunity for all oversight mechanisms for ensuring that the legislature resources are effectively and efficiently and economically managed. But the EFF, re sa tlo tlhakana. Ke a leboga.
Thanks very much, Honorable Madam Speaker. I've been here called names that Kinakana Jagorweshwa. Now the owner of Linakana must come and take over Nakana Jagorweshwa. But thanks very much for your cooperation, honorable members. I really appreciate and honored and overwhelmed by the support and the confidence bestowed in me. Thanks.
It's for the second time you have been recalled.
Thank you, Honorable Mnam. I thought you were the best, but they were complaining about you as well. So I don't know who they want. As long as Rekwana or Yamadoda ayipheli. So sizodivana. Honorable members, it has been a very long day. We just hope, honorable members, those that are coming now, please remember that we haven't eaten. We are now at item 8, motion for the suspension of the rule 173. Honorable Chief Whip.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and good afternoon to honorable members. Very, very hungry, honorable members, but very, very cooperating. We thank you for that. Honorable Speaker, House Rule 173 provides that unless otherwise provided in these rules, not more than one stage of bill may be taken on the same sitting day if objection to a further stage is made by 4 or more members. It has therefore become necessary to invoke the provision of House Rule 5 to suspend the provision of House Rule 173 in order to allow the House to finalize the Limpopo Appropriation Bill 2024 B02-2024 today. I move accordingly, Madam Speaker.
Thank you so much, Chief Whip. Any seconder for the motion? Honorable Gloria.
I, Gloria Zunsan, I rise in this August House to second the move.
Thank you so much. I shall now Rule 173 is suspended. We are now at item 9. Motion for the third reading of the Limpopo Appropriation Bill B02-204, MEC Provincial Treasurer.
Honorable Madam Speaker, honorable members, now that the Limpopo Appropriation Bill 2024 B02-2024 has gone through all the relevant stages of the legislative process of this House, I now move that the bill be read for the third time in terms of the provision of House Rule 170. I move accordingly, Honorable Speaker.
Any seconder? Honorable members? Honorable Cooper?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I, Constance Cooper, rise to second the move. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We are now at 9.1, the third reading of the Limpopo Appropriation Bill, B02 to 2024, where honorable members are now going to adopt schedule by schedule of the bill. When you agree that we must adopt the bill, you say yay. When you don't adopt, you say nye. I'm going to listen to the voices. Which one is higher voice than the other? Those who will agree will say yes and yes. Those who will disagree will say yes. So I will start now. Schedule 1, definitions.
Yes.
Schedule 2, appropriation of money.
Yes.
Schedule 3, amounts listed as specifically and exclusively appropriated.
Yes.
Schedule 4, conditions of appropriations.
Yes.
Schedule 5, authorization of expenditure.
Yes.
Schedule 6, spending before commencement of Appropriation Act.
Yes.
2026 financial year.
Yes.
Schedule 7, short title.
Yes.
We shall now adopt vote by vote of the bill. Those who agree to vote will say yeah, and those who disagree will say nye. Vote 1, Premier's office.
Yes.
Vote 2, Limpopo Legislature.
Yes.
Vote 3, Department of Education.
Yes.
4, Department of Agriculture and
Yes.
Vote 5, Department of Provincial Treasury.
Yes.
Vote 6, Department of Economic Development, Environment and Tourism.
Yes.
7, Department of Health.
Yes.
Vote 8, Department of Transport and Community Safety.
Yes. Yes.
Vote 9, Department of Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
No. Even Somalis agree.
Yes, Mali.
Yes.
Is the hand? The mic is off.
Ch-
Yeah, you can. Is the
Honourable Speaker, I just want to make sure that you did hear the two no's on the Department of Health and as well as roads. You went fast. As long as objections are noted, it's fine. Chair.
You were alone. The majority were saying yes.
Chair, as long as you note the objection, it's fine.
Remember, those that say yeah must be more than those that say no. So I would suggest that let's complete as and when we are done. I will check if there is any vote that an individual honorable member want to object so that it can be properly recorded. Okay. We were at vote 9, Department of Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure.
Yes.
Vote 10, Department of Sports, Arts and Culture.
Yes.
11, Department of Cooperative Governance, Human Settlements and Traditional Affairs.
Yes.
Vote 12, Department of Social Development.
Yes.
Is there any member who have got an objection that he or she wants to raise it or have it recorded in the minutes and indicate which vote you are objecting on? Honorable Member, Honorable Usman.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I just wishes you to note the objections of the Democratic Alliance on Department of Health, which was vote 6, I think, and Vote 7.
Seven.
Vote 7.
Yeah.
Vote 9, public roads and and works. Vote 9. And vote 11, Costa. Thank you.
There is the objection for the DA or for the honorable member?
That is for the DA, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you so much. The objection by the DA will be recorded as such. Shall now call upon the Secretary of the Legislature to read the short title.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. This act is called the Limpopo Appropriation Act 2024. Thank you.
The bill has been passed. Can we just clap hands? Thank you so much. Finally, we have got the appropriation bill passed by the legislature. We shall now move to item 10 on the SNAP debate. SNAP debate on the Women's Month. Without wasting any time, before I can allow other people, I was not able to really thank Honorable Monam. Honorable Monam, thank you so much for presiding the time that you have presided. When you said, I'm taking over, I was so happy that indeed you took over. That's why other people felt your presence here. Thank you so much for really assisting us as the presiding officers. We really appreciate. We are going to have 5 members debating on here. Please don't wait to finish your 10 minutes, but say everything that you want to say. After Honorable Machomani, we are told that by an error, we excluded Honorable Maritz, so we'll call her to be part of the debate. Honorable Machomani Deli, Malibongwe, igama lamakhosikazi Malibongwe. Igama lamakhosikazi Malibongwe, igama lamakhosikazi Malibongwe. Over to you. Over to you, Honorable Member.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, Mama Kurupech. Let me also extend my greetings to the Chief Whip, Honorable Chief Whip, Esop Mukhoyan, and the Deputy Chief Whip, the MECs who are present today, the chairpersons of the portfolio committees, the leader of the opposition party, Basadi Babalingona today in this August House, le Basadi Kabukaba Limpopo, Kere Lochani, Madam Honorable Speaker, the month of August serves as a reminder of the important event that took place many years ago. In line with celebrating the historical activities that took place years back, we annually commemorate the strength and resilience shown by the women activists who took it upon themselves to fight for their liberation. The month commemorates the 1996 courage shown by approximately more than 20,000 women who marched to the Union Building in Pretoria to register their demands and to petition against the country's past laws by the then apartheid regime. The 9th of August was first declared and celebrated in the year 1995, just after the democratic breakthrough and the first democratic, free and fair general elections. Madam Speaker, the place of a woman is no longer in the kitchen like it was known to be.
They too have rights to work and hold positions that were previously known to be held by men. And I want to also indicate the notion that was echoed by Honorable Maila to say we need to join them in the chorus that he was singing of being women following women. That one we deny Honorable Maila. Women are now at the helm of positions of leadership. They are having the equal employment opportunities which enable them to show their skills and capabilities. Though there are still areas where patriarchy is still order of the day. We have women head of states and presidents in other parts of the world, not as a result of monarchical arrangement, but as a result of the changes that we witnessed as and when countries were gaining independence. It has been 30 years since the ANC-led government took over in 1994. The issues of women empowerment and emancipation is no longer something that we speak about only during the Women's Month, but it is one of the priorities of the government of the day. We have more women leading political parties. We also have a pool of capable and educated women leading in different spheres of government. One of the Sepedi idioms says, I quote, "Tja etwa ke a tshadi pele di wela ka leopeng," close quotes. But we can attest that it is a thing of the past because we have turned things around. Tja etwa ke a tshadi pele di nwa masoma fresh. Not everything is where we want it to be, but when we look back, we are proud because a lot of is making sense. The total emancipation and empowerment of women is possible. Our province is also amongst the luckiest province to benefit from the democratic changes by having the first female premier, Dr. Poppy Ramatu, whom under her leadership we are so confident that we are going to see tangible and realistic changes. Like in her opening speech, she introduced the slogan that says, I quote, "Dilo di changile, in Rosi changile," ngesiNdebele sekhethu. And we are indeed seeing changes. Though there were positive strides made from back then regarding women empowerment, there are still challenges that need to be addressed. The issue of gender-based violence and femicide, which President Ramaphosa declared a pandemic, must come to an end because women must walk free in our land. Political underrepresentation, wherein men still believe that there are political responsibilities that women cannot perform. The issue of racial injustice is still a thorny challenge because there are some ethnic minority groups which still believe that some responsibilities are of a manly nature and women cannot perform them. Poverty still has the feminine looks and character. It manifests through women having to make the means to feed their families. We have a series of programs that are meant for women development which have been adopted by government and relevant stakeholders, but they are implemented in a slow pace. We need to move from an era of planning and start implementing the good initiative that we come with as a government. As I conclude, Honorable Speaker, the provincial government commemorated the day whereby the Premier of the province, Dr. Poppy Ramatuba, called all women to uplift and embrace each other and to love one another. She further called on women to be the light that brings hope and accelerates towards an equal, sustainable, and peaceful future for all of us. Forward with the total liberation, empowerment, and emancipation of all women in all the spheres of life. Forward. Boma Sara Tipa ka bogaleng. Today you look so stunning. You look so beautiful. Malibongwe. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you so much. Watinti bafazi, watinti mbokodo. Honorable El Marie. No, Honorable Maritz, sorry. Three minutes, Honorable Member.
Honorable Chair, thank you. Ek wil net ietsie mooi in Afrikaans sê. Die mans hou van die vrouens, want die vrouens sit die pot op die stoof en hulle eet lekker. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I'm honored to be a representative of Limpopo Province and the FF Plus first female MPL in the province. And now we have the province first female premier, which demonstrates the significant impact women are making in society. It is imperative that we unite to combat gender-based violence. We must empower women as they are the backbone supporting the youth that will succeed us. When women thrive, entire communities flourish. Therefore, it is essential that we prioritize initiatives to uplift women, ensuring that they have the resources and support they need to lead and inspire. Together, we can build a society where women are safe, respected, and empowered to reach their full potential, paving the way for a better, brighter future for all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Maritz, for managing our time. Honorable Marie.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. At the end of Women's Month, we need to focus on our responsibility to make life better for women. And we have listened today to many speeches, and there was constantly an emphasis on this. So I'm not going to repeat any of that. All I have to say is with this very right is also equal responsibility. Gender-based violence, that's the one thing that we really need to focus on. We have said a lot today. We speak about infrastructure, agriculture, and we empower women. But there's one thing that we really need to tackle, and that's gender-based violence. Murder by intimate partners, violence in the community, that is all too familiar for women. This type of violence is now much worse than 30 years ago, and there are many reasons for that, but that's no excuse. The fact is we now have to start doing something to break this vicious cycle. And I think what we can do is that we can make sure that we enable women that is victims of violent crime by making our victim empowerment centers powerful. And we can do it by using the organizations already existing in our structures, but we have to put emphasis on it. So we must make sure that we have victim empowerment centers and that those NGOs are actually represented on our CPFs. Our MEC have alluded to that we are blessed because we have many CPF forums. Maybe we must bring the victim empowerment centers in that so that they can be openly discussed how can we make it better for those victims of violent crime. There can be no denial that women are better off than 30 years ago. We just need to look at the representation of women in this house and our speaker, our premier, to understand that the strength of women today is informed by the struggle of women yesterday. However, we have little to celebrate when some of our sisters remain subjected to poverty and abuse. Honorable Speaker, women are strong. We are strong. Residents of Limpopo are strong. Let us take a definite stand and unite across party political lines to bring an end to abuse of women in Limpopo. I thank you.
Thank you so much. I was expecting from my friends, Mpatlele Slailo Regina, is she here? Who's coming?
Thanks, Honorable.
Hello,
Speaker.
mommy.
Honorable Magolo Matlebiane Abraham.
Jake Hlong, aswena msadi.
Thanks, Honorable Speaker. I was briefed thoroughly by my fellow caucus members, being Pashele, who was supposed to be here. But I will try to be brief as well to respect time.
Well, thank you.
Her emphasis, and which is the view of the economic freedom fighters. There is very little to celebrate.
Honorable member, the member is asking whether are you willing to take a question?
I might consider taking that question after I have delivered the message.
No, it's fine, Honorable, you can proceed. He's not willing to take a question now.
Thanks, Honorable Speaker. Yeah, as I said, there is very little to celebrate in our province for women. We have few women who are successful to call for celebration. We can celebrate the appointment, the speaker's, our honorable speaker's position, where she is our first female premier. We can celebrate a CEO, a head of department in that department, but that is just a drop in the ocean. There is rural women who are suffering as a result of the failure to deliver services in our province. Women in the rural area, there is no roads, there is no provision of water. As we speaking now, they are in the rivers. A lot of resources are spent in the city. At the moment, the provincial government is busy trying to build a state theater at huge amount, but there is women in the rural areas who do not have water, the basic thing as water. We are supposed to spread the delivery of services throughout the province. We must recognize those women in deep rural areas. There is no roads in those rural areas. Traveling from the rural, Mhlalautwane, Siriting, Mabiti, going to Ramogwarani, there is no road, they are not tired. Those women travel on their own, exposing themselves to we are celebrating women.
Can you please protect
and
him?
there is
He's
huge
busy reading
number
the
of
speech.
women who are not celebrating anything.
There is an order. Can we listen to Honorable
I'm
Mate?
calling. No.
Honorable Mate.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
There is an order. Can we listen
yes.
to the order? Yeah.
I want to establish the relevance of women at Ramapitse and what without tar roads with to what is being discussed here in terms of celebrating Women's Month. I want to establish the relevance and further establish if the relevant, the honorable member, is he now prepared to take a question?
Honorable member, are you ready to take a question now?
Let me answer the question first, because the question is, I think, is only to delay me. I was just about to finish, and I said I will take the question after I have concluded. Now,
Order, Honorable Mate. Can we hear if he's responding to your question?
no, I'm not going to respond to that question. But yes, I believe it is relevant. It is relevant. We are
Can you conclude, Honorable?
We feel so entitled to celebrate to an extent that we ignore the reality of the situation outside.
Please conclude, leadership.
Yes.
Honorable member.
Thanks, Honorable Member. Yeah, I was indicating that the brand of the failure of delivering services is suffered by those women in all those villages. In Malivita, there is no water. There in Maonkane, women are fetching water. And therefore, the call is for the provincial government to really distribute equally throughout the province, in all the regions. It's not that 99% of the resources should only be spent in towns where there is flowing piped water to the detriment of all those rural areas.
We are now going to listen to the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee of the Status of Women in the Legislature to close the debate. Malibongwe, 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 Malibongwe. Honorable Marcela Mantata.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Mantata Marcela, yeah.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Member Koma Makrupeji, Honorable Deputy Speaker, Metebo Mamrobela in absentia. Honorable Premier, Dr. Popi Ramatuba, Honorable MECs who are here, Honorable Chief Whip of the Legislature, Honorable Esop Mokhanyana, Deputy Chief Whip, leaders of the opposition, honorable members of Provincial Legislature, ladies and gentlemen, receive revolutionary greetings. Honorable Speaker, this year's Women's Month takes place at the time wherein the country is celebrating 30 years of freedom and democracy, hence the theme celebrating 30 years of democracy towards women's development. Honorable Maila Okaiwana, Honorable Maila, polygamy and polyandry, it's not healthy because juggling the needs and desires of severe partners can be mentally and emotionally taxing. So we know that it's our tradition to do so, but sometimes there are consequences on that regard. Honorable members and honorable speakers, this month of democracy, which makes it an important juncture for a collective reflection and commemoration of the events that took place 68 years ago by thousands of South African women from all walks of life to protect against the apartheid ruling. August month is dedicated as a month to honor and celebrate the strength and courage shown by the likes of Melilian Goy. I will not mention of all of them, and many other whom were at the forefront of fighting against discrimination and harassment of women in different areas of life, unequal payment system, lack of access to education, as well as sexual and operation and reproductive health services for women. Honorable Speaker, the commemoration also allows us to take stock of achievement and the challenges that are recurring from the past while we continue to forge ahead for the total emancipation and empowerment of women. The issue of the 50-50 or 60-40 representation of women is no longer something that is used to balance gender, but it is a policy position for the women empowerment across the country. Though it is not wholeheartedly implemented, but there is a progress regarding the deployment of women in strategic positions. Women leaders in South Africa have been at the forefront of radical change, championing laws, policies, and initiatives that have made gender awareness and responsiveness integral to our country's governance. These changes have not only redefined institutional norms, but have also opened doors of countless women who were once excluded from leadership and power, in which we have seen several provinces having female premiers, with our province being one of them. Honorable Speaker, it is indeed true that when you empower a woman, the whole nation gets empowered. The emphasis of this is on the initiatives that women leaders have embarked on to empower their fellow women. Women are celebrated across the globe as active agents of change and social transformation. We proudly acknowledge the progress we have made with women occupying prominent and strategic leadership positions across various sectors. Recently, President Cyril Ramaphosa appointed Judge Mandisa Maya as the first female Chief Justice, a landmark moment in our history. We also have Tsakani Maluleke as the Auditor General, Koleka Ngaleka as the Public Protector, and many other women leading as ministers, deputy ministers, MEC, HODs, and DDGs. These are not just individual achievements, but they are a collective victory for all women, illustrating that the barriers of the past can indeed be broken. In his address of Women's Month, President Ramaphosa referred to himself as a son born from a woman, a brother to a sister, a husband and a father of daughters. We draw courage from men of this caliber for honoring women as the backbones and pillars of the nation. Today we are standing on shoulders of giants who came before us, the wise, caring, selfless, loving, responsible, and capable heroines of our struggle who led and fought for the liberation of women. As we move forward, we are saying the struggle must continue because we need to understand where we are coming from in order to sail smoothly as women. There are still areas where changes are critically needed. I'm shaking because I'm hungry. The wise, caring, and selfless women. As we move forward, we are saying the struggle must continue because we need to understand where we are coming from in order to sail smoothly. A significant progress have been registered regarding the empowerment of women, though it is at a small scale, but we are confident that a lot is about to change for good under the government of the day. We are saying nothing about us. Without us, I'm saying it again, nothing about us without us, because we believe that we are better placed to fight for our dignity, our rights, and well-being, as well as our freedom. In conclusion, Honorable Speaker, allow me to once again congratulate Mayor Dr. Popi Ramathuba as our first female premier since the dawn of democracy. In her, we see a true reflection of ourselves as women. One Sheryl Sandberg said, I open quote, "We need women at all levels, including the top, to change the dynamics, reshape the conversation, to make sure women's voices are heard and heeded, not overlooked and ignored." Watinti abafazi?
Mbokoto.
Watinti mbokoto?
Watinta abafazi.
Uzokufa?
Wena.
I just wanted to say you strike the woman, you strike the rock, and you will be crushed, completely crushed. I thank you, Honorable Speaker, and members of this august House. Thank you.
Malibongwe. Watinti abafazi. You strike a woman. Thank you so much. We'll now proceed. Item 11, announcements. Honorable Chief Whip.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Announcements. Honorable members, sorry, can I get order here? I'm the chief whip here. Members of the provincial legislature are reminded of the second session, the second induction to take place at Bolivia Lodge on the 5th and 6th of September, which is next week, Thursday and Friday, starting at 8:30 at Bolivia Lodge. That's the first announcement. The second one is obvious. Food is ready where you always get it.
Chief Upu wa re tlhokomela. Honorable members, I want to take this opportunity to thank all of you for really sitting the whole day. It was necessary, but unfortunately we had no choice. We had to stay up to now. We really thank you, thank you, thank you. The House is adjourned until further notice. Thank you.